Good afternoon and welcome back to East Midlands Airport. Welcome back to live flight action. Starting a little early this afternoon, making most of the good weather whilst we've got it. It's very hot at the minute, so look where we are in terms of temperature this afternoon. Oh, just above 21 degrees, about 21.5 degrees at the minute. They're on in front of us, scheduled to go back down to Stansted this afternoon. That one has been on stand for quite a while, but that one is currently pinging on radar registration Echo India, Echo Papa Delta 737800. That one is 14 years of age, delivered in March 2011. Looks like that one has been in and out of East Midlands. Bit of training for that one this morning. Should be making its way down to Stansted in the not too distant future. And Ryan, good afternoon to you, and Hazel as well. Thank you very much. Hope you're all keeping well. So, starting early this afternoon, trying to catch some of those early inbounds and outbounds from East Midlands. Traffic that we don't normally get to see on our evening streams. The Jet 2 in a distance, if we just have a pan around, there we go, making its way in from Malta just a short while ago. Registration on that one, Golf Delta Romeo Tango Charlie, that one is 737800. 19 years of age on that airframe. First entering into service in 2006. Slight delays to the inbounds and outbounds from East Midlands. A lot of that early morning traffic delayed, especially the service to Faro. Sat on the ground for quite a while, that one, before it finally made its way out. I'm sure a lot of happy golfers on that one this morning. And there you go, the wind is with us again this afternoon. About 11 knots at the minute, so not too fierce, but just enough to take the edge off. The HR ramp looking not too busy for the time being. .767 there on stand. Leaving that one as I adjust a couple of bits. Go. A bit of glare off the screen. So look around there in the ATR Swift, ATR on the eastern side of the DHL ramp there. And as you can see, a lot of heat haze with us at the minute. There you go. Try and get a little bit better focused on that one. Let's have a look towards the western side of the ramp, and the 767 there on stand, and 767 next to it as well. There you go, that's it for the time being. There you go, back onto the apron. Right now, pushing off stand then. Making its way back down to Stansted this afternoon. Groove again, good afternoon to you. Hazel will be streaming till our normal time this evening, so probably about 9 PM. Now look, just above us, 152 making its way out. That one on a few circuits around East Midlands. A windy day for it, but perfect weather just above the cloud. There we go. So look, back in the distance to the Ryanair then. say, making its way back down to Stansted. And very bright in the distance this afternoon. The sun is beating down right on top of us. Registration on the outbound then, Echo India, Echo Papa Delta. See how early this one rotates. It should be empty, just been on training flights in and out of East Midlands this morning. So nothing on board for that one. This way, and then the Ryanair service from Alicante. That one is passing through 8,000 feet. Registration a 9 Hotel Victor, Uniform Victor. That one a 737 Max. 3 years of age, that one, July 2021. That one entered into service. Flight time on the inbound then, about 2 hours and 20 minutes by the time it touches down into East Midlands this afternoon. And Liam, good afternoon to you, thank you very much for joining us. Good to see you again in the chat. In distance there. RTAG this evening. That one estimated to depart about 7:10. So still a few hours away from us yet. Fully expect that one to keep on schedule. Of course, we'll keep up to date with all those arrivals and departures as best we can until a little later on, until Laura joins us. She's busy at work at the minute. Just trying to get a little bit better focused on that one over there. Take some of the fence away if we can. A bit difficult with the heat haze in the distance. Let's put her back on Ryanair then for the time being. Get that one back in focus. There it is, finally making its way up then to the start of runway 27. The runway 27 operations entirely for the duration of this afternoon and evening stream. You alright, just can I just step in that way, is that alright? Thank you. There you go then, leaving the apron on the taxiway, making its way down to runway 27. Swift ATR on stand just in the distance there. In from Alicante, then passing west, passing west of Melton Mowbray at the minute. That one passing through 4,700 feet. Kyle, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for joining us as well. Losing the Ryanair just behind the fence line. Catch up with that one in just a few minutes. Have a look then on the DHL ramp while we're waiting for that one to make its way down to the start of runway 27. There you go, both aircraft firmly on stand there this afternoon. Just trying to lose a bit of that light if we can. There you go, time it dark on the ground. We will try and persevere the best we can. The conditions are very bright of us. The cloud lightly scattered for the time being anyway. We'll see if we get full cloud coverage a little later on this evening. But that should move away pretty quickly. More than likely on the departure of the 747 as that one makes its way out to Gernzi this evening. Katie, good afternoon to you. Yeah, very stocked up this afternoon, so hopefully keep us going for a little while into this evening anyway. The 152 we saw departing just a little earlier is making its way over the M1 now, over the threshold for runway 27, that service off to Stansted. Almost at the threshold 427. See if that one makes its way out just before the inbound from Alicante. That one is over East League at the minute. Let's have a little look on the apron and the Jet 2 service there. Looks like the rear stair is attached to that aircraft. A few ancillary services are around that one as well. So we'll try and get a little bit focused, a little bit better focused in on the traffic there in the distance once that cloud subsides. Further around Jet 2 in on stand and the Ryanair as well, a fly 4 on the end stand there. That one making a go around before it finally landed into East Midlands just a short while ago. That one was affected by the wind, making quite an early go around in a departure to the north. Finally making its way safely back into East Midlands though. Right, back down to Stansted, just holding short of runway 27, likely giving way to the arriving service in from Alicante. Don't see. Good afternoon to you, thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully we can get the colours sorted out a little bit better later on. It's a bit bright where we are now, sun direct letters, so hopefully it doesn't detract too much from the action in front of us. The 152 there, making its way back in, and a few circuits for that one this afternoon. Seems to have gone rather dark right above us at the minute. Brighten up again very shortly though, as the cloud starts to pass by. There you go, that one making its way back off down in towards the maintenance area where the flying school is located here at East Midlands. There you go, just disappearing off there. Right, in from Alicante then. Apologies for anybody in front of us this afternoon. The aeropark is open to the public, so they're all very welcome to make the most of the action as well. I'll try and get this gentleman just out of view though. Very good to see that arriving aircraft make its way in. There you go then, that Ryanair service in from Alicante arriving into East Midlands. Get a little bit close up to that one if we can. There we go. Bit of a better close-up view. He is just working its way up in front of us there. Making it a little bit difficult to get that aircraft in full clarity. Hopefully that should subside as we continue through this afternoon. So we'll persevere with it for the time being. Thank you very much for being with us from East Midlands this afternoon, from the ground should I say, of East Midlands Aeropark. Aeropark, of course, open today to the public as part of their summer schedule, closing at 5 p.m. today. They're open again this weekend. If you want any details on the Aeropark, there is a link to the Aeropark website in our stream description and below. That service back out to Stansted this evening, then quickly making its way towards us now. And that Ryanair service in from Alicante, making its way onto the remote stands there. So hopefully we'll catch a view of that one as it makes its way to us. Here we go then. Very high above us indeed. So that is an empty return leg back down to Stansted from East Midlands. This one having been out on a few training flights this morning, a few circuits in and out of East Midlands. So regular pattern for Ryanair training aircraft to be in and out of East Midlands, especially over the summer months. There we go, making its way back down towards the south now. That one passing through 2,700 feet already. No doubt that one will be heading out of East Midlands airspace, passing off to a London control. There we go, very rapid descent from East Midlands this afternoon. And that service in from Alicante on the remote stands over there then. So we'll have a close-up look at the action over there. Those buses already in place. So we'll try and stick with the focus as it is for the time being. Otherwise we'll be in and out of all different sorts of bother. Hopefully it's still coming across quite clear anyway, so it should subside a little later on. Thank you very much for providing those updates in the chat, most appreciated. Forward door on the Ryanair then, open and ready to see those first passengers off this afternoon. We do. We'll have a quick look at what else is inbound and outbound. 152 looks like it's making its way back out. So the Stansted service we just were departing there, that one is about 30 minutes delayed this afternoon. Jet 2 service departing out to Bodrum, that one was at 2:05, about a 40-minute delay on that one. Let's just bring the Jet 2 up on screen there if we can. Get a little bit readjusted. There we go. Just in the distance there, then we'll get a little bit more detail on that flight. Hopefully it makes its way out in about 35 to 40 minutes. Registration on the outbound though will be Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Alpha 737-800 on that one. Let's get the 152 as that one makes its way back out. go, a little bit bumpy on the climb up there. Well, that one off for another few circuits around East Midlands. The Runway service in the distance then, commencing the disembarkation from that aircraft. Just about anyway. That rear door still to open, so the rear stair is just a little way off being placed there. On the outbounds there, and the Runway service to Fuerteventura at 20 to 3 this afternoon, and the Jet 2 service to Izmir, that one was scheduled for 3 p.m, delayed unfortunately until about 5 past 4. Jet 2 service to Gran Canaria at 5 past 3, and unfortunately the Runway service to Limoges, that one has been cancelled. We'll still have the Jet 2 service departing out to Tenerife though. That one is estimated to depart about 10 past 4 this afternoon, as well as that Jet 2 service to Dalaman at 20 to 5. Jet 2 service leaving a little earlier though. That one scheduled departure of 3:30 and departing East Midlands at about 4 p.m. this afternoon. A little before the Flyfor is making its way back out to Lanzarote. That one operating on behalf of Chewy, I believe, this afternoon at 25 to 4. That one is due out. The Chewy service to Gran Canaria estimated around the same time, 25 to 4. Ryanair service to Riga then at 5 past 4, as well as the services to Lanzarote and Larnaca. Ryanair service to Lanzarote estimated departure 4:35. Chewy service to Larnaca is delayed by about an hour. That one estimated to depart at about 20 past 5. Jet 2 service to Ibiza then, that one is due out about 25 past 4. And Jet 2 service to Mahon, that one again unfortunately delayed 10 to 5. That one was due out 6:30 is its new estimated departure time. Looks like we have another Flyfor making its way out 10 to 5, and the ATR making its way out back down to Gernzi this evening at about 10 past 5. Ryanair service to Venice is due out at 5 past 5, and a Palma service operated by the Lauda A320, that one estimated to depart at about 5:45 this evening. The Ryanair service to Berlin at 6:15. Chewy service to Heraklion, that one delayed by about 30 minutes, due out at about 10 past 7 this evening. 777 off to Leipzig, that's the Aerologic 777, is about 10 minutes behind its scheduled arrival time. Departure time, departing out of East Midlands at about 5 to 7 this evening. And then we have the 747 off to Gernzi this evening. That one is operated by Golf Oscar November Echo Echo. Ryanair service to Barcelona at 7:30. And that should be the final departure on this evening's stream. So the next departure after that is the Maersk service to Cologne. Not sure we'll see that one though. But after that, the Ryanair service to Alicante is at 9:30. So just a little beyond where we'll be in terms of streaming. So let's have a look on the map then, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon from East Midlands. It's just me flying solo for the time being. Laura will be joining us a little later on this afternoon. She's busy at work at the minute. Then we're out here making the most of the sun for the time being, and have a look at these earlier arrivals and departures, the traffic that we don't normally get to see on our evening streams. So thank you very much for sticking with us. Yeah, definitely makes a bit of a difference running with the afternoon traffic in and out of East Midlands. That Ryanair 737 MAX in the process of disembarking now. Sure, everybody's happy to come back into some warmer weather this afternoon. Chewy service in from Dubrovnik though, quickly making its way towards us. It's just east of Lutterworth at the minute, passing down through 10,000 feet, 282 knots is the speed. Registration Golf Tango Uniform Mike Foxtrot is the registration on that one. That one is 6 years of age. operation and service in February 2019. I think it's definitely going to be a very warm afternoon. Leave that one where it is for the time being. Should be okay for the next few minutes anyway. If you've got any problems, technical difficulties that you experience on your end this afternoon, let me know in the comments. Try to sort that out as quickly as we can. Hopefully the sound and quality is still coming across relatively well. So battling against the heat haze unfortunately this afternoon. We'll try best at sticking with it. I hope everybody's had a good week so far. So Tuesday's stream was a little quiet, but picking up towards the end of the stream, especially as we switched operations back onto Runway 09. So managing to catch those last few arrivals into East Midlands in full clarity as they made their way down, just turning north over Burston-on-Trent and landing right in front of us. So if you want to have a look back at any of our previous streams, have a look back through the channel. They're all there for everybody to watch. Make sure to keep an eye on all of our battery levels as well this afternoon. Hopefully not draining too quickly. We've got ample power supplies all around us, so hopefully enough to keep us going for the next few hours. Our service in from Dubrovnik this afternoon, then passing down through 6,500 feet now. Aircraft making its way out of the maintenance area then. That one making its way back onto the RVL stand there. Should hopefully see the Cessna Caravan in from the Isle of Man this evening. With us just after 7 PM, so a quick look on those arrivals. Is indeed scheduled to arrive with us just after 7. 2 minutes past is its scheduled arrival time this evening. We shall keep an eye on that one. And the Beechcraft in from Gernzi as well, the RVL Beechcraft making its way towards us. That one should be in with us at about 6:45 this evening. So look then as we continue through the arrivals for this afternoon, while we await the arrival of that G737 in from Dubrovnik. Jetty service in from Parma, delayed by about 40 minutes. That one should be with us in the next half an hour though, and that Jet 2 service to Faro, the one that was delayed outbound this morning, causing a few headaches I think for those people on board. But that one scheduled to depart at, arrive at about 5:30 this afternoon, so within the next hour or so. That one should be making its way north of Milton Keynes, winging its way towards us. The Jet 2 service in from Malaga, delayed until about 5:03. That one should be with us in the next half an hour or so, and the Jet 2 service to in from Skiathos, landing in just after 3 PM. And a service in from Mahon at 3:10. That one is scheduled to arrive with us And the Chewy service in from Faro, that one is scheduled to arrive at about 3:10. Looks like that one is still on the ground somewhere. So a quick look on the map for that one. That one just departing Faro a couple of minutes ago, passing up through 4,000 feet now. Let's get back over to East Midlands then. And have a look on those arrivals. Where are we? There we go. Runway service in from Rhodes. That one is delayed until about 4:15. Gernzi service in from Lanzarote though. That one is actually showing early. Arriving with us at about 3:10 this afternoon. The Fly 4 service in from Takeoffs delayed until about 4:15 as well. And the Gernzi service in from Future. That one only delayed by about 10 minutes or so. Cessna in from Marseille at about 4:30, and the Aerologic 777 in from Delhi. That one is due to arrive with us at about 4:45. The Chewy in from Kefalonia, currently on schedule, arriving with us at about 5 this evening. And the Runway service in from Raslav. That one also with an estimated arrival time 5 this evening. The Lauda A320 in from Palma, estimated arrival time 5, and that service in from JFK is delayed this evening. Not uncommon for that one, but that one due to arrive with us at about 6:20. There are no service in from Rome at about 6:25, and the DHL 777 in from Cincinnati, slightly delayed. That one arriving just a little before the New York service at about 6:10 this evening. And of course, into those RVL arrivals we had a look at just a few moments ago in from Gernzi at 6:45, and at 7 p.m. the Isle of Man service arriving in with us. 777 in from Leipzig just before 7:10, and the Maersk in from Cologne at 20 past. Not a regular flight we see on our Thursday streams, but the West Atlantic service arriving in from Sofia at about 7:25. And the UPS service in from Philadelphia is on its way. That one, remarkably, is on time this evening. Commonly delayed, that service, but with us at about 5:08. Just looking at the next one down. 757 service in from Reykjavik at about 10:08, and the West Atlantic service in from Aberdeen at about 8:25 this evening. That Maersk service in from Belfast at 9:20, and the Edinburgh Maersk service at 9 p.m. is closely followed by the service in from Belfast. That's the DHL 767, and we should be finishing on the service in from Belfast. That's a FedEx 737 in with us just after 9 p.m. this evening. So still a long way to go for this afternoon and evening stream from East Midlands. But the Ryanair all finished there, disembarking. We should see some action on the Fly 4 in the next few minutes. 152 just passing off screen there. Let's get rid of the Jet 2 for the time being. There we go, 152 making its way back in towards the flying school again this afternoon. A service in from Dubrovnik over Kegworth now, passing down through 250 feet as it makes its way over the runway threshold. Flight time on that one, 2 hours and 36 minutes. At the point of touching down. Here we go, that one disappearing off. Yeah, a lot of delays this afternoon, Alex. Presumably it's due to those strikes. So a lot of services in and out of East Midlands affected this afternoon, unfortunately. But all making their way towards us. The Chewy just coming into view then. safely making his way off runway 27 then onto the taxiway. No, no, come on.
How's it going?
It's alright, thank you. Just keep track of this one. How you going?
Not bad, not bad. Do you like broadcast anywhere?
Yeah, this is live on YouTube at the minute.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Perfect.
How about you?
We're doing our flight training, so
Okay.
we're trying to find good places to get videos when we do our base training.
Well, you probably come to the right person then.
Yeah, I know. I saw you down there, I was like, oh.
That's me. Now just watch this chewy off and then I'll be right with you. There you go, we'll leave that locked on there. Sorry, I had a Snickers before, so I'll just have a quick drink. Get that out. Are you doing your flight training and base training? Who with?
Right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway, we're still second or third week now.
Yeah?
But so our mates have just done it and some of the videos are a bit naff, so we're trying to figure out how to get a good one. You seem like the man to ask.
So we see a lot out of East Midlands. I think at the start of this year we had a young lady we'd down the far end. She was just on her first solo trip out. I think she was off to Alicante. First time out as first officer. I managed to catch her and Mum was watching it live on the stream, so nice. That was a nice moment for her. But yeah, we're out here twice a week. Well, I am anyway, twice a week out at the aeropark. And we just get this one in view, sorry. Here we go, that one pulling in onto stand there.
Seriously?
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a beast of a setup, isn't it? We started beginning of this year.
Nice.
And really built it up from there now. So we just over 3,000 subscribers at the minute.
Nice.
Averaging about 4,000 or 5,000 views per stream.
Crazy. So they do really well, don't they? There's the guy at Heathrow.
Big Jet TV down at Heathrow, yeah.
Yeah.
There's
he gets mental views, I don't know.
Yeah, there's Jerry and Big Jet TV down there, and then we have a lot of people from Manchester as well that join the stream, and vice versa on there. So there's quite a few from Manchester that do it quite regularly, and we get chatting to them through the live chat here. So really good bunch of guys. But there's people in the chat now from all over the world that watch it. So if you want anything doing,
you have a card that we could grab. So that
I've got some.
I'll find out my day and I'll drop you a message if you want to put out.
Do you use like East Midlands or you go?
Just East Midlands for the time being.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean we've got. This can go anywhere. It's a camera and a few other bits, so it's perfect for doing whatever. But no, we're at East Midlands predominantly, and we're working with the Aeropark, so that's us down there on the sign, and then we're in and out of here twice a week. You can take our number if you want, yeah.
Yeah, because I can actually check if you're going to be live.
Yeah.
During our day, and it would be nice to catch it up.
Yeah. Because like Matt's one was nice, but it's his girlfriend. Cheers, thank you.
There you go.
She was running around the whole place.
Trying to catch it.
Broken ankle and she walked from one end to the other.
Bin egg.
Brilliant, thank you.
It's alright, drop me a call on that, see if it works, just so I've got it.
There's one of them departing in around 10 minutes, huh?
I think so.
Is that the base rate?
I think that's perfect, thanks. What's your name, sorry?
Josh.
Josh.
I don't think it's for base training because it's registered as a flight.
So they were the one I think departed about half an hour ago. That one's been base training today, back down to Stansted. That one's going. Nice. But yeah, we see them all the time in and out of East Midlands.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, because the training centre's here, so it makes.
Yeah. Have you guys got simulators over there as well then? Yeah.
Yeah, they've putting predominantly back here instead of at Stansted now.
Okay.
Which works for me because Stansted's really expensive to live.
It is.
Like, it's closer to home.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fuel to go back and home when I want to is way cheaper.
Yeah.
Doing cost difference.
Yeah.
It's nicer here as well. It's just quiet and peaceful.
And we get a lot of traffic out of East Midlands. So where are you guys from originally?
I'm down south, like Heathrow, Luton way.
Okay. What about you?
Malta.
Malta. What was some of the good weather with you then?
Yeah.
Last week it was horrible. It was too hot.
It was. Well, no, we've got later this evening. You guys staying around here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got all the 747s that are based out of East Midlands as well. and you've got all the cargo operations for DHL. So I don't know how much you know about East Midlands, but that'll be pretty around in a bit. So you've got all the 777s flying in and out of here, 767s, 757s, A300s as well, that flight. Yeah. Probably around 7 p.m. it starts to. So you've got 777s coming in from Leipzig this evening. The Aerologic 777, that's inbound from Delhi, I think, just before 5. About 4:30 that makes its way in. But that literally rolls straight in front of us here and straight onto stand. So if you have a look, if you scan the QR code on there when you go back down, have a look on the stream and you'll see all the aircraft that we get in and out of East Midlands.
I'm gonna follow it, man.
Thank you very much.
We saw you because we're saying it's worth it for us to pay £5 and come make a video for ourselves, you know?
Yeah.
And then we saw you. He told me, let's go talk to him because if he's based here, you know, kind of.
Yeah. So we as I said, we've been here for about 6 months now, but we stream from inside the aeropark.
Yeah.
There are different spots all the way around you can get different vantage points from. But here specifically, when you come on 09, on the approach for that, we had the Antonov in a few weeks ago, the AM124, that was in from Leipzig, picking up some Catalan hulls from over there. And we literally tracked that all the way from the south. So that's north of Leicester, just over this way. So you got Nottingham that way, Derbyshire that way into Staffordshire, and then just in front of us Leicestershire. So where that hangar is, where you can see the DHL, the yellow stabiliser on the DHL there, that's Leicestershire towards that way. So everything on the approach, all the way up south from Heathrow, wherever it may be, even going into Manchester, we saw the A380 going on last Thursday's stream. It's pretty much like this. And when the sun's setting just behind the trees, all the cowlings on the engine just pop out. They're just like glow golden. So it's really good vantage point here. But as I say, specifically for operations on 09 coming in. And the Antonov, we literally tracked it all the way out, all the way across to Burton over there, Burton-on-Trent, in and then landing straight in front of us. So it's some really good variation of aircraft here. I mean, you get the plans are for the airport to expand as well over the next few years, but basically the DHL apron there as it is will stay. Everything in front there will become cargo at some point. And then where you've got the JCB hangar as well there, I think they've got I think it's a Global they've got in there, and a few Augustas. They just fly in and out to various different places in the world. The jet flies out on corporates.
They go a lot to Oxford, don't they?
Yeah.
Because I did my ground school there.
Yeah.
And they used to come in there all the time.
Yeah.
It's got a nice heli as well that matches it.
They're all the same scheme. Yeah, they've got a couple over there. But we see them regularly now. Last week with the horse racing on, they were in and out from Ascot. So it's nice. And that literally comes in, stops right there, hovers, lands and makes its way onto the taxiway. So it's really good viewing.
How come there's so much cargo here, just where it is, middle of the country?
Middle of the country, and right at the end of 27 there, they built a purpose business park. So I think
that's right where we live.
Yeah. So that's been there for about 5 years now, I think, something like that. But that is a free port, so everything that comes in is sort of VAT exempt until it leaves the warehouse and so forth. Amazon have got a big presence down there, DHL as well, and a few other companies. I think Games Workshop, the Warhammer models, things like that, they're based there as well. But it's convenient for them because they can ship stuff in by rail and also by air as well. So, and it's not as busy in terms of passenger aircraft at East Midlands. But cargo is predominantly what's here.
So I saw a guy in like a little piston engine earlier.
Yeah, so that's the flying school just behind here. So where you've got the hangars in front there, that once was BMI, or BMI Baby as it was once called. They were, before the Ryanairs here and all the rest of it, they were the #1 airline out of East Midlands. But the flying school is just behind there. They've got a fleet of 152s, but they're in and out all the time from East Midlands. She gets a bit.
It's handy when you're training to go somewhere proper. There's little airports on.
Yeah, I mean,
pay you the best.
I almost got to the point of getting the private pilot's license and then didn't. So I was in and out of East Midlands in the 152s.
I was going to say, do you fly much?
I used to a long, long time ago. Yeah, but you can have a look. Do you want to look?
Yeah. Is it like the one that they do at Manchester at Heathrow?
It is. It is, and we're friends with them as well up at Manchester, so you're very welcome to have a look. So they're live at the minute, all listening to us, having a look at those aircraft in front of us and all listening to us. So you can see it, you see it on the screen there?
Yeah.
So that's where everybody's watching at the minute. So all listening to me, Babylon.
So if I sit there, they won't see me?
No, you can sit there, you can sit wherever you like.
Okay.
As long as if you don't want to be on any of this or you want to sit back, wherever you feel comfortable.
Okay.
So as long if that's where the camera's pointing there, and
I
then
sit there.
yeah, you'll be absolutely fine because we're above your head there.
So if I sit there, I still won't be in it?
You won't be in it, but you'll be on my microphone.
Am I on the microphone now?
Probably. You can say hello to everybody if you want. They've probably already heard you.
Oh no, I'm good.
Good. No, it's all right. Anywhere in front there, as long as, so we're looking where that silver car is there. That's about as far as I can see. So as long as you can see that, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah?
But I don't know which one.
I have.
I don't know if it's that one or the other one. I'm waiting for the anti-collision light, man.
They're not coming. They're coming in a short while, but these are the biggest ones. You see the 767 there's moving.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at that one in a minute. Show everybody. It's it'll pick up in a little while longer. I say with I think there's some airstrikes today, so it's a bit hit and miss with what's going on.
How'd you get into it?
Just continuation of from flying. It's the affordability of it really. I guess you guys are. How are you doing it through Ryanair Direct?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the financial implication of that then? Do you have to fork out up front for it?
Big chunk.
Yeah.
Just over 100 probably for most people. I mean, you can do it for cheap, you can do it for more.
Yeah.
But
It says a lot of the feeder schools.
yeah, we went to
Flying.
Bostini in Poland.
Yeah.
Just one of the feeder schools.
Okay.
Oh, he's not on tug.
So when you get a chance, have a look back on the stream, and you'll see
100%.
when they're coming out the 777s, you get the engines literally straight in front of you there, and you can zoom right in, and yeah, it's
They run all
some
night,
great
don't
view. Yeah,
We can hear him. We got here
yeah.
at 2 the other night when we drove up.
So it'll pick up. We usually start about 5:30. I just come down to finish work early, so it's convenient to get a bit of sun and get out a bit earlier. But no, if you want any content, just drop me a message,
Brilliant.
and I'll try and be around for you.
Perfect, thank you.
Or vice
Thank you so
versa.
much.
If you've got any content,
can
drop it our way. And
Yeah.
I'll give you credit for it. Yeah, it's interesting to see it. We see it from this side,
Yeah.
but not so much that side. So we're talking to a few people down the other end about cargo operations there. So they want to using some of the content for their socials, I think.
Yeah.
So that'd be quite interesting, and it's nice just to get that relationship as well with different people around the airport and meeting you guys. It gives that different edge on it.
Yeah.
So we're pretty much here. Once this place is closed, that's it. I'm the only person up here, so it gets a bit lonely sometimes.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But no, once
It's nice, man.
it's nice. Once you've got that
I
in
would
front
die
of you,
for a work like that, you know.
yeah, same, vice versa.
It's in heaven, man.
Well, these ones should be going out to Cincinnati in a bit. I think we've got the Kennedy service, JFK service on its way over. That one's about 6 p.m. arriving with us. But the DHL's predominantly based here at EMA, just hop around the world. So those, I think the pilots, or the crews, should I say, sorry, are on rotation. So they'll take off from East Mids, go to Kennedy, Cincinnati, come back around to Hong Kong or somewhere like that, Dubai, and then back into East Midlands. So it's a long old trip, but it's an interesting one.
Potential longer.
Yeah.
Either die at Ryanair or first cargo.
But if you can get in a route like that, it's fantastic. I say we've got the UPS guys in at the other end as well. They're flying the 76s in and out. And a few of the Maersk aircraft as well, the 767s, they're a bit of an age now. I think they're about 36, 38 years old, so they're workhorses. We get a lot of the younger DHL fleet in as well. I think there's one in yesterday that just left Everett a few days ago on its first revenue flight into East Midlands. So it's a base, but it's also a good hub for everything passing through as well. And we get to see a lot, especially with these guys being the Formula One partner as well. You get a lot of traffic in.
Yeah.
It's you get a lot of varied stuff.
The other day, they looked pretty ropey. You could tell it was a cargo plane.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they are of age. I mean, the 1A guys, they've got a 777 on order at the minute. I think that's still over in Everett. It's supposed to be delivered last year. Yeah. With all the delays and whatnot, they're making do with that. But they have, we've seen those with issues as well. One was literally sat right in front of us for about 2 or 3 weeks, engine problems, so it malfunctioned out of Cardiff and made its way back up here and was sat on the ground for a good few weeks.
Facility there or not?
No, I think they were based out of Heathrow.
Oh, okay.
And then presumably got costed out. It's too expensive for operations, so shifted it up here. But over the next few years, this place should really expand in terms of cargo operations. There's a lot going on. But now when we're in the summer schedule as well, not so much the winter, the traffic is constantly ramping up, so there's a lot to see. But a lot of you guys as well, like the training guys in and out all the time. So
yeah, you must get some good shots because we go pretty low, don't we?
Yeah.
Was it 1,000 above?
Yeah, something like that. So when it's like this, it gets a bit ropey.
Especially on your first time as well.
Yeah, a bit bumpy. And I bet it's got some power through that thing, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Do you see some major mistakes sometimes?
Not really. Not many.
Okay.
Not that many guys. There's one, this fly for just in front there. That was on a go around earlier, but that was quite early. I think it just gushed the wind. It got taken up a bit. I'll just catch this one. It'll be 2 minutes. Jet 2 service in and to East Midlands. That one landing in there. From Palma this afternoon. Flight time 2 hours and 8 minutes. Registration Golf Juliet as Zulu Hotel Golf. Pan out on that one as he makes his way down on the taxiway. There you go. Now once you get into sort of the afternoon schedule here at East Midlands, a lot of it's predominantly morning traffic, so everything going down south to Spain, Malta, Portugal, even over into Eastern Europe. A lot of it leaves earlier in the morning because it's like Jet 2, a lot of not charter, what do you call them? Schedule. That's it. Yeah. All the package services going out, especially this time of year with Chewy and whatnot. But in the afternoon, they'll make their way back up again and then go on and go out. But the Ryanairs, they're in some of them probably 4 or 5 times a day.
Yeah.
The same aircraft. So they'll do a route from say. Yeah, Dublin to East Midlands to Krakow, then back to Faro, then back. So it's non-stop.
Quite like Krakow.
Yeah.
Like we did our training in Poland.
Yeah.
And it's like very much cargo heavy, and then a few of the locals.
Yeah, it's not that densely packed with low-cost carriers. I mean, we got Chewy Jet 2 and Ryanair, and then the one on here right on the end, the Fly 4 with the grey livery down the back of it. That's just a charter aircraft for Chewy. Part of their summer schedule, but a little later on in the year we've got Chewy that put on chartered service over to Barbados as well. They fly the 787 out of here, but main passenger aircraft 737 all day long. You've got the Lauda A320, which is part of your guys' group, but that's about it for Airbuses. But we've had the Download Festival on a couple of weeks ago. And there's a lot of private traffic in for that, so a lot of global aircraft, a lot of helicopters flying in, so some quite good shots.
in that way,
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of people making their way. There's a lot of Leicester City, their owners use East Midlands as a base, so they'll fly over from Bangkok, land into East Midlands, and literally it's 25-30 minutes down the road and they're there. But even a lot of football teams around here, Nottingham Forest, so on. Last year they chartered a few aircraft, Jet 2, and we had the Aegean A320s at some point as well. And they were off to Dubai, I think. They chartered that out too. So you get a lot of varied traffic here at East Midlands.
The racing.
Yeah.
What's the biggest racing? Is it all bikes or something?
Mainly bikes. Over at Donington, you probably hear them at some point, whizzing around. But there's a lot of car racing as well that happens over there. I forget what type now. But yeah, there's a lot of that goes on, especially with the Formula One as well. I think this week they've been in Austria this week for Formula One.
Yeah, it was Austria.
So I think they've driven a lot of that traffic back over, opposed to flying it back in. But when it comes in from Montreal, going back this way into Europe, like into Spain, you get all the 747s coming in. So Atlas Air, I think they've just signed a new contract as well for East Midlands. So there's a lot of traffic coming over from Canada.
That was what we saw the other day, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, crap
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of traffic coming over from that direction. But no, it really varies. You can't say a certain day there's going to be this aircraft, that aircraft.
Yeah.
It's really not, you get what you're given, but you take it with a pinch of salt. Some days it might happen, it's not a regular occurrence.
Exactly.
But when you do get those type of aircraft, it's really good to see. So let me keep everybody poised there.
Props over there.
Which one? Right in front? That one. ATRs there for Swift Air.
Oh.
So they fly in and out of Gernzi. There's one just there as well, right on the very end stand.
Yeah.
So they're predominantly cargo, I think passenger as well. But Swift Air, the operator, so you've got 1, 2 and 3 down there. I think they're on the ramp there because it's full down there with the 747. Otherwise they'd be in that direction. Let me have a look for you, see if you can find. Okay, everybody just enjoy me listening to me for the time being. Let's have a look for the Antonov.
So we had one come into a woods where we trained as well.
Yeah. Where is it? Yeah.
Big thing.
Huge things, especially when you see them being loaded up as well.
Yeah.
So all the front just drops down, and
Yeah.
I think they were craned on the hulls that they had, the catamaran hulls that they had. But it's quite a big operation. Let's see if I can find it.
Dread thing with the cost to
Oh yeah,
organise.
massive.
So specific, aren't they?
Yeah, that was it making its way in. So that was literally, presume, kind of pesky cloud. That was literally right above us there. So it made its way all the way around. And if I come on. That was it on the approach. So that's on 09 operations. So you get to see quite a bit of a view then, and then 27 direction.
Madness.
Yeah, it's a sight to see, especially when it's that close as well. We're literally touching down right there. So where everything's set up now, that's where we were.
Well, you're on the 1,000 footers there.
It was what? Sorry.
On the 1,000-foot block.
Yes.
Fucking hell! It touched exactly
Yeah, it's huge, right?
2 nose gears, huh?
Yeah, it's got a
It's fucking.
lot of gear on the thing, but it's bit of an aircraft. It should be making its way out. So look where that one is off to. Bodrum, that one is going to this afternoon.
Okay.
So pushing back off standard, we're talking to tower at the minute. Get pushed back, then they'll start up. So less than 5 minutes, that should be up in the air. Good afternoon to everybody in the chat. Thank you very much for joining us. Good afternoon to you. So look in the distance then, the Jet 2 service off to Bodrum there. The heat is very much still with us this afternoon. I'll leave you on that one for the time being though. So where do you get to choose where you're based out of, or do you just get put where you're based out of?
Make suggestions or requests that if they can accommodate, they will. But
wherever you're needed.
yeah, I wouldn't mind here though.
Yeah.
Close enough to home, cheap to live, good airport.
Yeah, it's not. Even though the traffic can be a bit varied, it's quite a good airport for the amount of variety we get as well. So every year on the 737s for the passenger, but for the freight, it's very much a different story. A lot of this traffic, you'll get into Birmingham, and you get regular passenger versions of these into Manchester. But apart from that, it's very much Heathrow, Stansted type operations. So you don't really, especially that level of operation as well. It's
probably the biggest in the north though for cargo.
I think this is the biggest in the UK for cargo, East Midlands. Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, for cargo operations. No, you get a good deal. So how long does it take you guys for training then? You say you just started base training?
Yeah, so the type rating here is 3 months, thereabouts.
Yeah. And is that all at East Midlands then, or do you go elsewhere?
We did a day in Stansted, but predominantly here.
Nice.
The base training can be anywhere, but recently it's been quite a lot here.
So you get, the weather can be quite varied as well, so I guess you get a lot of good practice in terms of crosswinds and the rest of it. It's
I mean, you're pretty limited on what you can do. There's like very strict requirements for the first time.
yeah,
Basically, count okay, nice.
hold on tight and don't make any mistakes.
Just get a video of us going past like this.
Yeah.
They get all those gears, don't they?
Yeah. So they pretty much go all day. It's non-stop over there. If you guys, how long are you for then? 3 months?
There you go, about another 2, I think. Yeah, about another 2.
So in a couple of weeks, the airport's got its 60th anniversary.
Yeah, the Red Arrows.
The Red Arrows are flying over, yeah.
Would here be the best place to see him, do you reckon, or?
You'll be busy here.
Yeah.
You'll be really busy. But probably, depending on which way they come over, I think they're making their way up from Fairford for Riyadh. So likely southwards. If they're on 09 operations, probably anywhere there will be the best place. Coming from the east, anything behind those trees, you'll see it. But if they're flying past, it will be, what, 1,500 feet, something like that, maybe. A couple of 1,000 feet, so you'll get a pretty good view anyway.
Like a super low pass or anything?
Don't think so. I think it literally is just a and see you later, thanks for coming. Yeah, you get a lot of the Manchester traffic as well. So a little later on, probably 6, 7 p.m, you'll see the A380 over A350 into Manchester as well, the Qatari, and the 787. They come over quite low, so it's reasonable. And here it's a great vantage point because you got, well, nothing, it's unobstructed above you, so it's
flat, really flat.
Jet 2 then making its way out of the apron onto the taxiway there. And you guys want to stay flying 7.3s then, or are you wanting to spread your wings, as it were?
Die or 777s?
Yeah. It's either we remain on 737s.
Yeah.
Actually, my dream is to advance to the 787, the Dreamliner, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah. That's my ultimate goal, but...
Ryanair's such a good crack. I don't know as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That lifestyle is so consistent. Like they're good employers, so
Yeah,
it's as much as I'd like to fly something huge.
yeah.
Is it worth it life-wise?
Yeah.
Ryanair, you're home near enough every night.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these guys live locally.
Yeah.
Like the DHL, there's a fair few people, especially there in Castle Donington, well, because it's a hub, it's quite convenient for them as well. I guess a quick stint around the world after for a few days and you're back home again.
That's true.
So I reckon they probably fly 5-7 maybe. Work 5 off 7.
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe 7-7.
So it's not too harsh, just well, grand scheme of things anyway. That one there, just hang her up and up, that's where the Spitfire lives.
Oh,
the
really?
Rolls-Royce Supermarine Spitfire.
Is that the one that's flying on the 20th?
I'm not too sure. Not too sure. I don't know if it's the Memorial Spitfire. May well be. But that regularly makes its way out. I think it's 1945, that one. So I think that one was the first with the Griffin engine in it. Yeah, it makes some noise.
The guy we were staying with said that they sometimes start the Vulcan. Is that right, or is that
I
just...
think that one's not started for a good 20 odd years. I think because the proximity of the houses behind it, it's...
Yeah, he said that he started it off. I was looking at it, I was like, there's no engine.
I think it more than likely will. But whether they'd want to entertain the idea, I don't know. There's one down at Southend. That one does do taxis in and out. I think a few weeks ago that one was last out on a taxi run.
We saw the last flight at Bournemouth Air Show.
Yeah?
Noise crazy.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Properly feel it in your chest when it goes past.
Bet it was. There you go, then the Jet 2 making its way down to the start of runway 27. You shall catch that one just a couple of minutes. How intense is it then in terms of training? You're constantly revising and...
Yeah, I'm on the study week at the moment now.
Yeah.
Well, the second of the two. Yeah, apparently picked up a fair bit.
And you guys paid as well during training, or is it you paying the other way?
We pay for it.
You'd like to get paid?
Yeah.
We even pay for our crew code.
Really? Well, hopefully it's all worth it.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things.
You got to look at the big picture, haven't you?
They pay for everything, but it's worth benefits. Like later on the line. Right now, you pay everything up front, then the compensation is quite good once you get going.
It's also one of the very few airlines that accept people like us.
Yeah.
You have to acknowledge that.
Yeah. You've got to be willing to work hard for it, not...
Straight out from the school.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of airlines where you'd have 500,000, 1,500 hours. Right now, it'll take you as a baby and...
Grow you, yeah. I guess it's, God, and the network's ever growing, isn't it? You've got all the different subsidiaries of Ryanair and Lauda as well. I guess your opportunities to... Yeah. Malta Air they've got, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, we see those in and out of here as well. Oh, we did a few weeks ago. Really depends what's in the rotation for aircraft availability, but...
They probably do it where they replace Ryanair flights with it and just say it's Ryanair operated by Malta Air.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the aircraft in and out of East Midlands, they're all Maltese registered now.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of Irish.
No tax.
There are some, but a lot of it's Maltese registered, so...
I don't know why it's taking so long.
There's one on the inbound. Air Explore in from Malaga. Registration on this one, Oscar Mike Juliet Echo X-Ray. Flight time on this one, 2 hours and 22 minutes, making its way in from Malaga. This one is the... let's have a look. Air Explore operating on behalf of Jet 2. Go. 737-800 this one. Jet 2 aircraft to bottom, just disappearing off the radar there. Sunlight just peeking through. Making his way off of the taxiway then. Oh, sorry, onto the taxiway. Still a little way to go before it makes it to the apron, but on the taxiway. service arriving in from Malaga this afternoon. Let's pan out then and wait for the next departure from East Midlands. So a number of services making their way in now. Next out, that service to Bodrum, 737-800 again. Making its way out of East Midlands. Heading into quite a strong headwind there. Making its way, starting its turn towards the left. Heading towards the south there. That one passing through 1,100 feet. Closer. Now look at those next arrivals. That's the sort of view. If you want anything doing, that's what sort of footage we can get. That's at full lock at the minute. That one's just passed off to London Control now. About 2,500 feet. They'll leave East Midlands and then pass off.
Is there a stop altitude on the climb out? Because it seemed like he levelled off for a bit.
Can be about 2,500 feet is a ceiling for it, but they often just
get clear straight through.
Yeah, if there's nothing out there. So some of these though, 767's Tuesday's stream, that one was out to Brussels, empty, and that one was about 4,500 feet. I mean, it climbed right out of here. It just went straight out. Before you know it, it's at 5,000–6,000 feet. I know if you guys want any footage, just drop me a message. More than happy. Just let us know when you're around and we'll try and arrange something. And vice versa, if you've got anything that you interesting to share, send it across, we'll have a look. Well, yeah, good to meet you. Cheers, Josh. Sorry I didn't get your name. Wayne. Thank you very much, guys. See you later, you too. See you later. Thank you very much to those guys there. A couple of pilots in training with Ryanair, doing their base training in and out of East Midlands. Taking a little bit out of our streaming time, just have a good chat with those guys. Interesting, if we don't usually get to speak to any of the crew, so fantastic that those two stopped by, gave us a bit of an insight on the stream as to what their training entails. Thank you very much for that, both of you, Josh and Wayne there. Base training with Ryanair out of East Midlands. Jet 2 service in from Takeoffs then. That one is just over the runway threshold. Registration Golf Delta Romeo Tango Papa. Thanks Liam for keeping us updated in the chat there, all those arrivals and departures. Thanks to everybody joining us as well from East Midlands this afternoon. If you're new to the channel, have a look at our previous streams from East Midlands. We're streaming twice a week, making it a little early today to catch some of these arrivals and departures. Traffic that we don't normally get to see. Even a little bonus chat there. Josh and Wayne from the Ryanair training facilities here at East Midlands. hopefully you're all alright in the chat. Anyway, so keeping a good eye on it as and when I can. But thank you very much for keeping yourselves entertained this afternoon. So Laura will be with us a little later on. She's busy at work at the minute. I'm out here enjoying the sun. There we go, that one's safely making its way down towards the apron. Catching up on the chat then, Lewis, good afternoon to you. John as well. See you both in the chat. Dave Hodges, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for joining us as well. Still very warm out this afternoon, even though we've got a bit of a breeze with us. A lot of that heat is impacting a little bit on the view in front of us. Nothing too drastic though, and hopefully as we go through the rest of this afternoon into this evening, that will die down. We'll get a bit of a better view as the heavies start making their way over in the next couple of hours. Those services making their way over from the US. See the Kennedy, Cincinnati and Philadelphia services a little later on this evening, from about 6 PM onwards. Not too fortunate with the overheads this afternoon. It's a little bit cloudy. Next inbound to East Midlands and just touching down on runway 27. Jet 2 service in from Lanzarote. Been a long time since we've seen this one on the stream, but registration Golf Delta Romeo Tango Mike. This one is 737-800, 18 years. This one 2007 entering into service. Time 3 hours and 26 minutes. Keep up with this one. Got my eyes everywhere at the minute, from one screen to another. There we go, that one safely vacating off runway 27 onto the taxiway there, making its way down to the apron. Departing 152 is making its way back towards us now. That one's been out for about an hour. Making its way just south of Mansfield, back over towards the back over in towards Derbyshire there. Skirting down back along the M1 south into East Midlands orbiting for just a short while as that Jet 2 service made its way in. Now making its way onto the apron. Ryanair service a little further out over the north of Leicester from a Hon this afternoon. Registration on that one Echo India Delta Charlie Zulu. That one again 737-800. 20 years of age this one, entering into service in 2005, so must have been one of the many early deliveries into Ryanair, I think, but I'll probably be corrected, and do correct me if so. 2005 was probably the prime year for Ryanair taking or starting to take delivery of most of those 737s as it started to ramp up operations quite a long time since we've seen a 737 of that age in passenger configuration anyway land into East Midlands. So a lot of the cargo 737s are of quite some age, about 34, 35 years on the West Atlantic. Let's just move that under there. A little bit of overheating on the microphone, so hopefully you've not lost me. Doesn't sound like it anyway from our end, but we should be going, still going strong. It's really difficulty with streaming outdoors like this when the sun is strong overhead. Everything electronic that's dark in colour absorbs all of the heat. Looks like everything else is functioning pretty well. Keep an eye on the microphone though. If we've got to switch over to hardwire, we will do so. But the Fly4 in on stand there, that one making a, or taking a go around as it made its way into East Midlands just before we started the stream. So it is gusting quite a bit at the minute. If we have a pan around to the left of the apron, jet to service out to Grankin area is just pushing. Registration on that one, Golf Delta Romeo Tango Charlie, that one is 737, 819 years of age on that one. Very similar to that arriving Ryanair 737 just a few moments ago. That wind definitely takes the edge off. The temperature, where are we? 22, just over 22 degrees it looks like. Hopefully that wind dies down in a little while. So we'll try and get a bit of better focus if we can in the distance. Take some of the heat gears away if we can. The best we're going to get for the time being until those temperatures cool down a little bit. A lot of the heat here is being produced by the runway there, which is directly in front of us from this vantage point. That next service in from Hondo this afternoon, the Ryanair service, 2 minutes out. That one is just overhead easily, passing down through 1,700 feet. Ops team there scaring those birds. Didn't really go to plan as they've all flown towards the runway now. There you go. Making their way background. Don't think that was probably his intention, but they all headed for the runway. Oh well, they're all clear now. Right now then, looks like that one may be having a little bit of a bumpy approach into East Midlands, altitude flitting around ever so slightly. Good to see everybody in the chat with us as well. Thank you very much for joining us. King, it looks like passing by there. Let's have a quick look at this one. Well, that's got quite the bit of kit underneath that one. Some of the aircraft here are used for mapping purposes. I think maybe LiDAR mapping. Other avionics collaboration configurations. Calibrations is the word I was thinking of. I want it safely on stand. Drops just out of view there, but the Ryanair service making its way towards us now. That one just landing in onto runway 27. Flight time there in 2 hours and 14 minutes. Registration Echo India Delta Charlie Zulu. And the Jet 2 aircraft leaving the apron there, making its way down on the taxiway to the start of runway 27. With a bit more power in a minute. Service off to Gernzi area though. The Jet 2 service there, just leaving the apron. We shall catch up with that one in a minute. The Ryanair using the remote stand as well this afternoon. Quite full on the apron at the minute. There we go, quickly turning onto its stand. In full view in front of us. Not very often we see the remote stands there in use, especially with the 3 aircraft on the stand at the minute. Obviously, with us starting a little early this afternoon, good chance to catch some of those early arrivals and departures in and out of East Midlands. So thank you very much for joining us. I usually start about 5:30 from East Midlands, from the grounds of the Aeropark, catching all of the operations on runway 27, and of course 09 when the weather allows. Starting a little earlier with the good weather above us, in the hope of catching a little bit more action. So we should be streaming till around 9 PM this evening, so long as everything behaves itself. So look where we are in terms of power. Not too bad at all. Plenty of power options with us as well, so should be good for the foreseeable. Speaking of power, we shall get the next one plugged in. Otherwise, it'll be a little bit embarrassing if we drop out. There we go, sorted. Pull that box around. Fantastic. So the Jet 2 service to Gernzi area, that one is making its way down to the start of runway 27, just about to turn at the holding point there. Nothing on the approach just yet, so that should be making its way straight out. Approaching from the west, then Jet 2 service in from Faro at 25,000 feet, making its way down in towards East Midlands. Registration on that arriving service, Golf Delta Romeo Tango Bravo. This is 737-800 again. 25 years of age on that aircraft, entering into service in 1999. And then from the south, Jet 2 service in from Future Insurer. That one at 38,000 feet with about 40 minutes left to run. Registration Golf Delta Foxtrot Victor. 26 years of age, 1998. That one first entering into service. Well, the next outbound then, Jet 2 service off to Gran Canaria this afternoon, making its way down towards us. 747 in the distance there. You should see that operating out of East Midlands this evening at about 7:10, making its way over to Hedgehog. Through 1,000 feet now, making a turn to the north. There we go, that one safely out of East Midlands this afternoon. Hi Ryan, you alright? Good to see you again.
Since 9 o'clock.
You've been here since 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I was in the theatre catching Central.
That's dedication.
Yeah, it was nice actually. It was a really nice departure as well.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, and the Ryanair one in Tango had a tail strike this morning.
Did it?
Yeah, I heard it on the radio, tail strike.
Not too good then, is it?
No. And I caught those two lads' departure.
Yeah?
I caught one of them. I caught the landing. I caught the touch and go as well.
That one that made its way out to Stansted, that was the one, yeah.
Yeah, I was literally just over there.
Nice.
Over on that hill, near that red box.
Yep.
Over there since 9:30.
Finake. That's some going.
Yeah.
So hopefully we've got a bit of a busy afternoon then. So a lot of those services making their way towards us now. Jet 2 service in from Faro is about 20 minutes away from us. Yeah, it's nice weather as well, isn't it, today?
To get all the airport traffic going out.
Over France at the minute then. Flyforce service in from Zakynthos. That's operating on behalf of Chewy this afternoon. About an hour for that one to run at 36,000 feet. 405 knots is the speed. Echo India Foxtrot Charlie is the registration. 152 making its way out in the distance there on the taxiway. So a little bit of a look, see if we can see that one up close. There you go, hit it by the heat haze, unfortunately. Aerologic 777 is making its way towards us. An hour and 20 minutes before we see that one, just losing the 152 there. look in the distance at that Ryanair service making its way in just a short while ago then. Those passengers disembarking off the aircraft now.
Yeah, triple that's went from Leipzig tonight, 1907, brand new.
Is it?
It was its first revenue flight yesterday, so it did Leipzig to and it's did the same today.
So it should be back in tonight then.
Yeah, because it was delivered in May 2025.
Nice. I should have a few 777s in tonight.
Yeah.
So that one's coming in. The Aerologic from Delhi's in about an hour and 20 minutes. Registration on that one, Delta Alpha Lima Golf. That one is at 34,000 feet. Ryanair service in from Vraslav. 38,000 feet on that one as well, about an hour and 20 minutes away. 404 knots is the speed. Registration Echo India Hotel Alpha Yankee.
The reason why all some of the flights are delayed, and France got a strike on today and tomorrow.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah, they've got a strike on today and tomorrow. I've been hearing. So some of the flights are going to be delayed heavily today and tomorrow.
Which is good for us because we get to see a lot more traffic.
Yeah. One of my friends is flying out tomorrow. Do you know Lewis guy you said hi to before?
Yeah.
He's flying out to Roton Sui tomorrow.
Hopefully he's not delayed then.
Yeah.
And the Ryanair service in from Rhodes. That one over Belgium now, then it's at 38,000 feet, 418 knots is the speed. Echo India Kilo Zulu. Not words, letters to get out there. That one is about 55 minutes away from us now, just overhead Brussels. So not too long until we catch the majority of those inbounds to East Midlands this afternoon. Should be quite an influx over the Bay of Biscay. Chewy service making its way back in from Faro. That too is at 38,000 feet at 502 knots. Registration on the inbound aircraft from Faro. Golf Tango Uniform Kilo Victor. Yeah.
I absolutely love the livery. I went to my friend, none of EMA spots were expecting it. It's just the first I've ever seen it here. I've seen the bottom, I've never seen that colourful part on that end. Such a nice livery.
Yeah, we've not managed to see it yet.
Such a nice livery.
So we should have the 1A going out a little later on this evening. So the radar says. But good afternoon to everybody joining us in the chat and on the stream as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Good to have you with us. Katie, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for joining us. And Mark as well. Good to see you both in the stream. Sorry for delayed response on that message back to you as well. We did drop a message back to you a couple of days ago, so apologies if we're a little late on getting back to that. The offer is still if you ever want to take us up on it. Thank you very much for that message though. Jet2 service in from Faro then. About 15 minutes away from us now. Registration Golf Delta Romeo Tango Bravo. Isn't it?
I absolutely love the livery. It's just something different to anything else. It just doesn't copy an umbrella, it just does it boom.
Very geometric, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like everybody's off that aircraft now then. Next one to start boarding though. There you go, everybody just holding short of those forward stairs. Where's that one off to today? The flyer for. You see that one go around earlier?
Yeah, might be Lanzarote. Might be the Lanzarote one.
So
Weird how it went around.
it was quite early, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was watching the whole time on my camera and it's just like, you've just turned all the slide stuff and all of a sudden it's just gone around.
Yeah, it's
Didn't get no reason. I was listening to myself the whole time, so I didn't get no reason, just went around.
I've been a little bit windy for that one. I've encountered some wind shear as it made its way down. There we go, both of those aircraft on screen for you now. The Fly4 service there, just to the bottom left of the screen, and the Ryanair service there as well. Now, still a lot of delays out of East Midlands this afternoon, but catching up with those services very rapidly now. A lot of them making their way in towards us. I'm sure everybody will be keen to get back on the ground, assuming they've been sat on those aircraft for quite some time at their originating airports. It's a bit strong though sometimes.
It is nice though, I've literally decided they'd roast the car. Roasting it.
So the Ryanair service in front of us and just making everybody hold there at the bottom of that aircraft. 9 Hotel Victor, Uniform Victor.
The Donington aviation's just taken off now.
We'll have a look at that one. Well, that 737 in front of us off to Riga this afternoon. Estimated departure time on that one, 4:05.
47 years old.
Yeah, they're quite old those, aren't they?
Delivered 1978.
A bit of a bumpy climb out for that one. That wind just gusting straight towards us now. So look then, back on Ryanair service to Riga. Should be, and have you seen that one?
Nah.
You've not managed to catch that one?
Need to catch it. What I need.
Should be good.
Yeah.
Great to have everybody with us this afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. It's our second stream of the week from East Midlands. It's a little bit busier this afternoon owing to those airstrikes. A lot more aircraft on the ground in front of us. See that Fly4 service there should be making its way out anytime soon. That Jet 2 service in from Faro isn't too far out now. That one just over Ashbourne, passing down through 10,400 feet. 10 minutes is the estimated arrival time for that one. Making its way up from the south, just north of Portsmouth now, making its way up towards Heathrow, routing in that direction. Jet 2 service in from Fuerteventura, that one is about 25 minutes away. Already starting its descent in towards East Midlands, passing down through 29,000 feet now. Currently holding at 29,000 feet it looks like. 419 knots is the speed. Golf Delta Foxtrot Victor is the registration on that one. A lot more traffic from the east as well. Now traffic from the west quickly making its way towards us. Looks like the Cincinnati service and that service in from Kennedy are just a few minutes apart. Both aircraft at about 35,000 feet, cruising at 587 knots on that service from Kennedy, and a little bit faster, 650 knots on a service in from Cincinnati. That's the 777 making its way across from Cincinnati, and the 767 in from JFK this afternoon. Chewy service in from Faro, about an hour away from us now. That one's still at 38,000 feet, just about to leave the Bay of Biscay, over San Nazaire, making its way up to Cherbourg and then across up to Bournemouth, it looks like, routing up to East Midlands. Yeah, apologies for the sound, it's a little bit windy where we are at the minute. So it does start to gust every now and again. Try and take a little bit out of it. Hopefully that might be a little bit better if we drop those levels ever so slightly. So like the noise in the background is the traffic over at Donington Park. Hopefully that's taken a bit of the wind noise away, but we'll try and adjust again if we can a little bit later. Thank you to everybody for the continued support as well, helping the channel to grow from here at East Midlands. So they did very well last week, managing to pass 3,000 subscribers, and it looks like that continuation is happening again today on this afternoon stream. So thank you very much for everybody and your support on the channel. It's great to have you all with us. Hopefully we'll have a bit more action for you here in the next few minutes. The Jet 2 service in from Faro, just passing over the north of Derby, making its way down towards Nottingham now. 6,300 feet is the passing altitude on that one. 265 knots is the speed. So it might get a little bit, oops, a little bit hot for the microphones. We'll try and adjust them as best as we can. Hopefully it behaves itself. A little bit of a heat warning on it. So it is quite warm where we are at the minute. Just under 23 degrees in the direct sun. Mm-hmm.
They've already started on it.
Are they?
I've already classed it, they've already started on it over there. It's mental.
Yeah, there's a lot going to happen over there, isn't there?
There's a mountain, there's a big massive hill that needs to take that big massive hill.
Yeah.
Those two Swiss airs, that needs to be taken down. That's going to be all taken down.
It should be quite a big operation, shouldn't it?
Probably spent
aviation, isn't it? It'll be a lot more busy though, won't it, once that happens?
A lot more 74s. A lot more trainees.
Yeah.
A lot more everything.
Yeah, it should be quite good, shouldn't it? Have a look. So try and get a bit of focus on the camera if we can. He is playing havoc with us at the minute. Nothing pinging up just yet. There's one on its way in. There's a fire service on its way in.
Yeah. Just got past my house. Noticed some planes went all the way down, right down the bottom yesterday.
Yeah, they were same on Tuesday as well. I think Tuesday's stream, the wind dropped off, didn't it? There was nothing there at all, so I think they're using a little bit of an extra bit of the runway to slow themselves down. So when they started on 09, a little bit later on, I think it was the Maersk. He just kept his nose up all the way down, trying to lose a bit more speed. Thank you. Keep an eye on that in the distance then. Yeah, it was just pinging up, isn't it? So it looks like the fly for is almost boarded now. Not a lot of people left on those stairs. Ryanair though, it's a bit of a different story. Everybody waiting to get on board that one.
Why are they stood on the stairs?
Yeah, they're still on there.
Shouldn't be doing that. They should be waiting until the crew is ready and then board them straight away. So they're ready.
They're slowly going on. I think it's just a bit of congestion on the stairs, letting everybody on board find the seat first. We shall have a pan around then. Take everybody off that apron camera there. Switch the view. There we go. Set you back. See that Jet 2 service pushing off standing. Try and send that one off to Izmir this afternoon. Yeah, some older airframes in today, isn't there? Where's that one off to this afternoon? Nothing's pinging up on my radar yet. You have a look for us? Gran Canaria. Should hopefully see that one just a short while then. Jet 2 just making its way out of frame there. That one's on final then, isn't it? For runway 27. That one at 975 feet now, 139 knots, making its way down in towards East Midlands. Yeah, the Chewy service off to Gran Canaria, pinging up on the radar as well. So pan around then away from the Ryanair service just for the time being. There you go, that Chewy aircraft pushing back off stand there. Yeah, there's a lot going on, isn't there? Very warm down front of us there. It's panorama as we have a look at that Jet 2 service off to Izmir. That one at the very rear of the apron there. Try and get that focus a little better if we can, but I think that's probably the best we're going to get for the time in. Yeah. No, it's slap bang right in the middle, isn't it? Because of the runway. You can see it right in front of us, can't you? Catch those two aircraft though up close. The Jet 2 service in from Faro, arriving in with us now. Flight time on the service in from Faro then 2 hours and 55 minutes. Try and lose a bit of that brightness if we can. Well, with a cloud overhead this afternoon. It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And Hedgehog, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for being with us.
I think that right now, that's not the middle right now, the far end one is gone, it's started to bubble. Just trying to see that, absolutely touching.
We'll have a look at that one, if I can keep it with the right Jet 2, sorry. And Dale Willis, good afternoon to you. We'll have a look at that Ryanair service if we can. It should be. And do you want to have a look at flight for me if you can? We'll see if we can see that one on the screen. It is, code is FR3701, the Ryanair service. See if that one is,
What is it?
3701. Might be on the ground, might have departed. 1440. What's the registration on that one?
Echo India Hotel Tango.
We shall have a look. So the only other Ryanair aircraft on stand then.
I think it might almost hidden the tone just said.
Delta Charlie Zulu. May well be the Delta. That aircraft just there. Whereabouts is it? Off to your right? Huge Ventura. We'll have a look. If you let us know when that one pings up, Ryan, we'll have a look at that one.
I saw one on it.
Yes, we'll try and catch it for them if we can.
If you give me my number just before I go, I can send you photos of it, and then you can show them through, or you can find it on social media.
We'll have a look. We'll have a look.
Photos of it.
So I'll look back here in the direction. Oh, that Ryanair service then still boarding. Try pull this microphone down if we can. Giving me a bit of a heat warning still. I shall keep working though. If not, we'll switch to a hardwired option. Give me a bit of a fail safe.
Should be nuts. Do you know, DHO 2 we can
Yep.
It's just been cleared to push back.
That was 757.
Yeah.
That one go out.
It was in there, went next to that 76,
Yeah.
to the right, went in there, pushed back, and then went back into there. I was like, what? But they refueled it over there.
Did they?
Yeah, they refueled it. I was like,
I just gone over for a bit of a look at over there then. Keep an eye on it though. On the rear of the apron and the Chewy and Jet 2 services. Both aircraft there gleaming away in the sun, hindered by the heat haze in front of us though. Still a good number of aircraft over on the apron with us this afternoon. Fantastic to see everybody joining us as well. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon from East Midlands Airport. We'll be running until later on this evening, probably in and around 9 PM. We'll usually finish our streams, hopefully on the arrival of the FedEx 737 as that one makes its way over from Belfast.
memory card.
It's a lot of photos.
No, it's because of all in me. I forgot to use more. It's just loaded my laptop.
What do you do with them? Just store them, or do you get printed?
Memory card. Just keep them and then just post on Instagram.
Yeah. So looks like those last few passengers, if we can pull it up just there, making their way on board that Ryanair service. Is that one off to Riga this afternoon, Ryan?
Yeah.
Off to Riga. Should hopefully be going out soon then. That one has completed boarding now. So should be out on its way in the next few minutes then. More than likely. Depends which way, on which one? Runway?
Yeah.
They're operating on?
Moving that runway 09.
Yeah. It'd be good if they came from that way, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Red, blue and white. Just to let them do a display for the anniversary.
Yeah. I think they're still very much operational though, aren't they, for the whole day, so unless they're going to shut the airport, which is very unlikely, it'll just be a quick fly past.
It's just going to be a quick hello and then goodbye.
Yeah.
Apparently the Spitfires are going to be the one on Sunday.
Yeah. Which one is it? Is it the
Be the one from Conningsville, the one from here. I think the one from here. I'm going to get here down here at the same time as I did today, about 9:30. So I can get in here really quick.
Yeah, it'll be a busy day. Let's have a look then as those services wait to come out there. The 757 just about to make its way out of the maintenance area. Here we go. anti-collision light pinging away there. This one did move onto the maintenance area just at the start of the stream. See what comes out of there then. Yeah, but it's a bit warm in there, isn't it? Slowly making its way out then. No, not yet. They're waiting for the timing, aren't they? And Wayne, thank you very much for joining us in the chat there. Good to see you and Josh as well. Thanks for both stopping by, giving us a bit of an insight there into the life of a Ryanair trainee. I appreciate it from both of you. Thank you very much for stopping and talking to me this afternoon. And Rob, good afternoon to you. Hope you're keeping well.
It's the best thing about having an ATC, you know what's on final.
Yeah, so I've had it in, been listening to it for the past couple of weeks. Yeah. A bit crackly though last week, so but it gives you a different perspective, doesn't it, on what's happening rather than just having a bit of a guess at what's happening around you.
Yeah, like yesterday I heard the wind was gusting off 30 knots yesterday.
Yeah.
It was just mental.
Pretty strong.
Yeah.
Jet 2 service in from Fuerteventura, though, making that left-hand turn onto the final approach for runway 27. Registration Golf Delta Foxtrot Victor. Finally got there. That one, a 737-800 flight time at 3 hours 27 minutes by the time that one touches down with us this afternoon. Passing through 2,900 feet now. 757 making its way onto the apron then. See how long they stick around with the 777s. See, they're quite old, these airframes now, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're still going strong.
Yeah, they go strong. Never broken down.
No, we see them almost every day, don't we?
Yeah. Reykjavik.
Yeah, they've got a couple of routes. I think they've got the Reykjavik route, haven't they? They've got the Oslo route as well.
Yeah.
Probably just the right size though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's smaller than the triples, bigger than the 73s.
I missed the 757 Jet 2s.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all being replaced with Airbuses now, haven't they?
Yeah, A321, they've got a new one today.
Have they?
Yeah.
Where's that one into? That one?
Manchester.
Where's that coming from? Hamburg? Tonight. Well, if the weather's good later on, I think it's going to be a bit sunny, isn't it?
Yeah.
You might see that one come in. We'll have a look at that. My maximum pan there. Well, 757. There we go, they're right here. Oh, it's down there in the distance.
Oh, yes, that's not.
been quite away, that one, hasn't it? I think one's been over to... Has this one been out to Wales? No, it's been down towards the south. There's one coming back in from Wales at the minute. Over to Carnarvon this afternoon. The Riga service pushing back off stand there.
Yeah, I think that Runway and Future Venture is the one you can't really see.
Yeah, she's tucked away, but so slightly behind, isn't it?
Yeah, the one that's parked on 2 Easterns.
A little bit cooler now. Some of that heat haze is dispersed.
It is nice.
And you can see it on screen as well. Looks a bit clear, or clearer in the distance. Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah, my legs are really bad. Still got down, it's still hurting.
It catches you out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Jet service here from Huge Ventura, then just losing the Ryanair 737 there off to Riga. Let's have a look in the distance. Yeah, a bit shiny, isn't it? Nice and shiny. That sunlight just reflecting off of this afternoon.
Some nice good photo shots. I do like that livery. Just makes me want to get on it.
It's nice and still nice and bright when the weather's like this, isn't it?
What time's Laura's coming?
She won't be here tonight. She's at home tonight. But she'll be on in a little bit. She's still at work, unfortunately. So it's just me for the time being.
Why she'll have one drone after it closes.
She is, but she's got other stuff on tonight as well, so she'll be just dropping in and out. No, it's just usually me here. She's usually at home keeping warm while I'm out here talking to everybody. While we get out then, Ryan, service to Riga is starting up. Jet 2 making its way onto stand there. Yeah, it's stationary at the minute, isn't it? But not so often we get to see them in the afternoon, do we? So there's a Ryanair. Sun just starting to glare back through then. So it's nice and dull in front of us, but a bit of a different story over there. After that aircraft just shining away. Right, where is this heat warning coming from? I think I may know. There you go. I'll get that one in the shade. It cools down for a few minutes. Yeah, wondering why it was keep getting the heat warning. Well, it's because we've got the microphone in this one here, obviously, and another one down there. It's cooking away in the box, so that's probably why. Right, in a few minutes once it cools down. So look at those arrivals making their way towards us, and just south of Milton Keynes, the fly 4 in from Zakynthos this afternoon. 20,300 feet that one is passing down through now. Registration Echo India Foxtrot, Foxtrot Charlie 737-800, arriving with us in about 20 minutes. That one is 12 years of age, delivered in February 2013, and just a few minutes behind that they're on a service in from Rhodes at 22,000 feet. Just maintaining its altitude there. Registration Echo India Kilo Zulu. That one is 737 Max. April 2025 that was delivered into the fleet. The Ryanair in from Rhodes. It's only a couple of months old, that one. That one is just north of Luton. Again, about 20 minutes or so, and that one will be in with us this afternoon. So look then, a little further down the stand, that Ryanair gleaming away there. In the distance. Having a good go at something, aren't they? Look, they're right now off to Riga and making its way out off of the apron now. Hopefully, just as that one does make its way out, National Police Force Vulcan Air is making its way in. That one should pass by just on the bottom of the screen if we drop the camera a little lower. There we go, the Vulcan Air making its way back in towards its stand now. Yeah, it's quite a day then, hasn't it? Making its way onto the taxiway then, that service off to Riga this afternoon. Breeze picking up ever so slightly. I think that one is boarded yet, has it? Way down the taxiway then. So a little look in the distance. 757 sounds like it's on a bit of an engine run this afternoon. Probably waiting for a slot, aren't they? The Aerologic 777 just about to leave the coast of Belgium, it looks like. That one arriving in from Delhi today. 34,000 feet is its current altitude. 428 knots is the current speed. That one should be with us in about 40 minutes, as well as the service in from Vraslav That one just slightly ahead of the Aerologic Chewy service in from Kefalonia in about 30 minutes, as well as that service in from Faro, the Chewy service from Faro there, in about 26 minutes. Thank you. We shall have a look in the distance then. Across. There you go, pushing back off Stanley. Right, a service to Fuerteventura then. Hopefully it comes straight past us. Get a bit of a closer view of that one. Thank you very much. Right, straight on with that one. Right, our service off to Riga this afternoon, making its way down towards us now. Yeah, you can see it, can't you, at the back? Next departure then, that Ryanair service out to Riga. Some dense dark cloud above that one, but safely making its way out of runway 27, East Midlands Airport this afternoon. Ryanair service to Riga. And Hotel Victor, Uniform Victor is the registration on that one. 2,700 feet per minute on that one. Making a turn towards the north now. This one will make its way north of East Midlands. And this one taking a very similar route to the Aerologic 777s that we've seen in the past couple of weeks. UK airspace just north of the Lincolnshire coast. Yeah, it's did it?
Someone went to have a look at it and it was 25.
Ryanair service to Fuerteventura in front of us then. That one waiting to make its way out. We'll see if this one manages to maintain its slot or not. If you have a look to the left, that noise there is the 757 Jet 2 and the Chewy still on standard, waiting to make their way down to 27 this afternoon. Let's have a look in the direction of that 757 then, as it continues those engine run this afternoon. There's some pressure being applied to those brakes, isn't there? So I'm testing quite a few different things with that. They'll be looking at vibration levels of the fan blades and a few other parameters as well. continuing. So engine runs this afternoon then. Yeah, definitely some power being applied over there. So it looks like the future insurance service is making its way out now. Keep on the 757 just for a couple of minutes. That one still with its engines undergoing test this afternoon, making quite a racket in the distance. Jet to Tenerife pushing off of stand as well. Let's have a quick look round on the passenger apron then. Where are we? There we go, that Ryanair service making its way down to the start of runway 27, just ahead of the Chewy and Jet2 aircraft on the rear of the apron. Just in front there, Jet2 service making its way out to Tenerife this afternoon. Sounds like the 757 throttling down there. Stick with the Jet2 service off to Tenerife in front of us. Registration on that one. Golf Delta Romeo Tango Papa 737-800. That one is 11 years of age. It will do, yeah. No. When I did some work experience when BMI Baby was still there. I went on exactly that, the engine test run for the 737, and when it's on the ground like that, and you throttle up all the way, the whole aircraft, you look behind you and it's all just doing, everything just shakes. They're going for it, aren't they, this afternoon? Clean that apron. Ryanair service off to Future Ventura, then making its way down to the start of runway 27. It's not too far from reaching the holding point. Let's have a look at the next arrivals. So panoramic 757 still going for it. Look. See it shaking. There you go. Just a bit of vibration inside that one. You see it on the exterior of that aircraft. You can feel it, it really does shake you. Just gives you an idea of the intense power of those aircraft. So not a regular sight that you see, but fortunate enough to catch that one this afternoon. feel it inside that warehouse, that's for sure. Yeah, quite some flex on those flight surfaces there. That Ryanair service off to Future Ventura then, lining up on the centre line, ready to make its way down towards us, and a Fly4 service on final approach in from Takeoffs this afternoon. We'll leave that 757 there just for the time being. Hopefully I'll come back to that one in a few minutes. Next outbound though is that Ryanair service to Future Ventura this afternoon. Registration Echo India India Hotel Tango. Safely departing out of East Midlands then. Ryanair service off to Future Ventura this afternoon. Passing through 1,100 feet, making that turn to the left. And we'll start speaking to London Control in just a few minutes once it passes out of East Midlands airspace. And as you may be able to hear, so the engine run over there on the 757 is just about complete. A little bit less noisy now. 2,000 feet though is the altitude on the Ryanair service there. Fly4 737 just passing overhead Kegworth. Good stuff. Safely away then. Slight bank to the right there. Making its way down towards the south. Ryanair service to Future Ventura this afternoon. That's 757 then. Not as ferocious, but those engines just throttling down. Service in from Takeoffs then. Flight time on that one, 3 hours and 24 minutes. Probably very generic. Have a look. Yeah, that'll go for quite a few minutes at a time, that one. Bit noisy, isn't it? There we go, both Fly4 aircraft on screen for us now. Looks like we've lost a bit of the heat haze as well, making it a bit more clear, a bit more clarity in the distance now. Jet 2 service to Tenerife is almost at the start of runway 27. Chewy service off to Gernzi area, still on the rear of the apron there. So look round at that 757 then. Just see those flight services bouncing away there. Good stuff. Yeah, they need to make sure everything's clear behind that one, don't they? Next on the approach to the Ryanair service in from our roads this afternoon. Registration Echo India India Kilo Zulu. This one delivered in April 2025, so just a couple of months old. That 757 engine's finally throttled down on that one. It's passing over somewhere, isn't it? There we go, service in from road this afternoon. Yeah. I'll catch it in a minute. Just catch this one first. And then vacating off of runway 27. Aviation Wizard, good afternoon to you. The sound there is the 757 in the distance, conducting engine testing over on the DHL ramp. That's probably what we can hear. Anybody good? Anybody good? King's helicopter. There we go. Let's try and catch that one. There we go. That's the King. There we go. Even the King passing over East Midlands this afternoon.
Yeah, went into Newcastle. It was actually the King's. I'm not joking. The King went into Newcastle yesterday and got dropped off and needs to go back to London. So that's the King.
On the Jet 2 making its way out. Let's try and get a better view on that helicopter if we can, just before it leaves us there. There we go, the King's flight passing overhead East Midlands this afternoon then. They're moving in place, aren't they? Sticking with the King for just a minute though. There you go, you managed to get a picture of that one, right?
What?
King's flight.
No, I didn't actually. Oh no, so I'd be too hazy on it. Too hazy on it.
Still quite good visibility there in the distance. Registration on the King's flight then, Golf X-ray X-ray Echo Echo. Disappeared out of the line of sight there. Just off of yeah, the camera's view as well. Yeah, they don't pay much attention to it, do the birds? There he goes then, out of East Midlands airspace this afternoon, the King passing by. Chewie making its way off of stand then in the distance. It's turning extremely bright again in the distance. A bit dull where we are at the minute. What else we got coming in this afternoon then? Thank you very much to everybody who's joined us this afternoon. Good to have you all with us. Thank you to everybody in the chat as well. Good to see you all. Albeit virtually. The Chewy 737 in from Faro then. Registration Golf Tango Uniform Kilo Victor. That one is passing down through 4,000 feet now. Jet 2 service to Izmir, ahead of the Chewy service to Grankin area. Both of those aircraft making their way down to the start of runway 27. Cessna 152 making its way in from Carnarvon this afternoon. That one departing quite a while ago. Good 4 hours that one has been out. So a good stint across to Wales this afternoon. The Chewy just disappearing off there. So look over on the apron then. Number of aircraft still in with us. 2 outbound and 2 inbound. The Chewy service in from Faro in next, and the Chewy from Kefalonia about 5 minutes behind. That one just passing west of Leicester now, making its way down through 7,800 feet. A little bit quieter now. That 757 is calmed down in the distance. There it is. All quiet now. Those engines all throttled back. Sounds like that one has indeed shut down for the day now. Hopefully got a good view of the rear of that aircraft as the engine tests were in process there. So look then in the direction of runway 27, Jet 2 service off to Izmir, line up on the centre line for runway 27, and a good view of the 747 right in front of us there. That one making its way down towards us now. Seven 747 should be outbound about 7 this evening. There we go, shining its way out of East Midlands. Jet 2 service off to Izmir. 737-800 registration Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Golf. There we go. Take a bit of that brightness out there as that starts its turn down towards the south now. See the light is playing a bit of a game with us this afternoon. Very cloudy. Oops. Jet to off to Earsmere then, making its way down towards the south. Yeah, it's a long way out, isn't it? It's a good old stint, not as long as the one here though. I think they're taking a bit of a different route now. The airspace has changed over the Middle East. I think the last time we saw it out, a couple of weeks ago, it was about a 14.5-hour flight. It's added about 3 hours onto its route. The Chewy then at the start of runway T7. So look in that direction. Both. One taking off, one landing. There you go. Get a bit more light in now. It's a little bit difficult on the departures with the sun right above us. That should subside in a little while though. One gleaming right in front of us there this afternoon. Definitely is. So it'll be nice in a while once the sun starts setting over the back. We should get some of those golden approaches. Did you see the A380 last week on Thursday's stream?
No.
Have a look. Have a look back at that one, making its way to Manchester. That was that would have been a good photo. There we go. The Chewy in with us now. So it is still extremely bright. Let's lose some of that light there. There we go. Making it a bit more easier to see. So you do have flitting moments of that sun. Yeah, that's fine. That's early, isn't it?
Yeah, 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then next week on 2 p.m. till 10 p.m. I work to at 5, leave my house at 5:30 and then get there for 6. So once you
Long
finish
day.
Once you finish your stream, well,
You're straight off to work.
once you finish your stream at 9, I'll be in bed at 9:30.
We're still making my way home at that point. The Chewy then making his way onto the apron.
I actually flew on G2K from here. Do you know that 2 flight that was G2K?
Yeah.
I flew on that from here.
Did you?
Remember what stand? Do you know that Ryanair, not that middle Ryanair, that Ryanair is on that 2 stand?
Yeah.
I flew on that stand.
Oh, okay. So the Chewy here from Kefaloni then on final now. That one just passing overhead Kegworth. Sounds like it. Is that one going out tonight?
Don't think so.
Just staying on stand for the time being. Laura, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I think maybe somebody maybe have answered. But if not, the 1S747 in the very distance is due out this evening. There we go. It should be a nice departure on that one, especially once the sun starts to set a little behind us. We'll stay in this direction now for that next arrival. Should be service there in from Kefaloni this evening. A very Chewy heavy few minutes. Next one departing out to Grankin area. Yeah, we heard them from here.
Yeah, they were loud.
Vacating off of runway 27 then at Chewy service. In from Kefalonia. And a Chewy lining up on the centre line for runway 27. That one off to Gran Canaria this evening. We'll stick with the Kefalonia service just for the time being. Yeah.
We don't know where yet though, but somewhere would be nice. You know what, there's 1, 2, 3 Swifters all West Atlantic. There's 2 there and there's 1 down the water.
Yeah, it's very busy, isn't it, over there at the minute?
Look at all them types. We've got TUI, Jet 2, Jet 2 right now. Here we go, TUI, Takeoff roll. And then she's rotating.
Go, very nice departure out of East Midlands this evening. Still in this afternoon. Not quite there yet. There you go. Looks like that one is making an initial turn towards the north. Not too far away then. There you go. Sun right in my eyes at the minute. Just 1 minute. There we go. Making its way out then. Let's have a look in the distance then. Catch. Download them straight from there then. So the Runway service in from Vraslav at 1,850 feet. This one 5 years of age. Flight time this evening 1 hour and 57 minutes. I keep saying evening. It's still late afternoon, I think. 8 o'clock departure. Bit of a shame that, isn't it? So look in the distance then, some of those aircraft on stand for the time being. Still a number in with us this afternoon, owing to the strikes in France, I think. But that Rhino service in from Vraslav should be with us in just a couple of minutes. And behind that, the Aerologic 777 in from Delhi. Registration on that one, Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Golf. Flight time on that one, 8 hours and 59 minutes this evening. That's no problem.
Make sure I get back home in time to get to bed.
No problem.
But I'm still working on my own.
No, that's fine. We'll still be here getting cold.
This is better than year more.
Yeah, it's not been too bad, has it?
Apparently, departures, look at the average delay.
Good hour or so, isn't it? What time's allowed are due in then?
The London's got no arrival.
No arrival yet.
It says unknown on.
still quite a way away then. Where's that one off to? Mexico. From Paris?
Yeah. They're going to have a lot of delays tomorrow.
Yeah, I bet they are. Right now then, Ian from Vraslav, let's stay in this direction. It's still very bright over there, isn't it?
Yeah. That's good though. So we got no tug on now.
No, it looks like everything's been moved away from it. So it looks like it's staying here for a little while.
What are they doing? What time's that going?
So look at the one here then. That one is due out later on this evening, hopefully. If there are no delays to that departure, 7:10, that one is due out. Right now, just making its way in. There we go.
Blue Island pilot messaged me last Sunday
Mm.
saying, did you manage to catch my flight? And I went, yes I did. 8
Nice.
600.
You sent him the photo.
Yeah, and he was like, cheers mate.
Good.
Yeah, wait.
Right, a service vacating off of runway 27 then onto the taxiway. Lord Rob, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
The Daliman's departing 17:20. It was meant to depart at 3:30. And he got jet to Corfu at 16:50 and then to take up 3:30.
Yeah, quite a lot of delays, isn't there, this evening?
Tui to Lanka was meant to take off at 16:20, now 17:20. Jet 2 to aviation was meant to take off at 16:25, now it's taken off at 18:15. And Jet 2 to Mahan takeoff was meant to take off at 16:15, now taken off at 18:45.
A little bit of a delay then, isn't there?
It's stupid.
Let's have a look in this direction then.
Stupid. French control.
Yeah, it has a big knock-on effect, doesn't it? A lot of that traffic making its way over France.
The 777's just gone past Kegworth.
It's still a good number of aircraft though. The Ryanair service making its way across the apron. There we go. Trying to figure where that one had gone to. Vraslav service there. A little bit of a trip around the apron this evening. So, not had this much traffic for quite some time.
Triple
Here you go then, the 777 in from Delhi this evening. The Aerologic 777. Registration Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Golf. This one with a flight time of dead on 9 hours. Hopefully this one makes its way straight past us this evening. You know. There you go, and the Aerologic 777 making its way past us this evening.
Aerologic made a post. If you get all the Aerologic triples, you can send them to them. You have their own front page, they're up there page.
Yeah.
I think we want to sort of smile on the front.
Changing our position slightly there, reaching the maximum reach of my arm. Oh, there we go, the Aerologic 777 inbound from Delhi this afternoon into East Midlands. It's a big old plane, isn't it? I work with Aeropark, so got a good relationship. There we go then, vacating off our runway 27 onto the taxiway, the Aerologic 777 in front of us there this evening. Yeah, it should get even better just a little later on. It's a bit trying our best to keep all that in focus this evening. It's a little bit difficult though. It's quite a long time, isn't it? Yeah, a little bit difficult to keep all that in focus with the heat haze. It will going back out to Leipzig, won't it, this evening? They'll sort it out. They'll make the way somehow. So it's not the first time, is it? It's a regular occurrence. So it's
Usually 2050 gauge Cincinnati departure.
if it goes out.
Yeah, that's if it goes out. 55 on that top is the way down, so they don't close.
It's on the move. Stick with the 777 just for a minute. Yeah, it's only a small one, that, isn't it? No. The West Atlantic ATR being pushed off its standing this evening. Gernzi, is it going to? Gernzi is its destination this evening. Not very often we get to see the ATRs push on stand, especially from this viewpoint anyway.
35-year-old ATR delivered in December 1989.
There you go. Thank you. No problem. Thank you very much for your help this afternoon anyway. still got a little way to go yet. Hopefully catching some of those last arrivals in this evening. Thank you to everybody joining us then this evening from East Midlands. A very late afternoon into the evening now. Yeah, it's pretty silent, isn't it? Yeah, you don't get all the a lot of noise, noise from the road. It's yeah, it's all right. It happens, doesn't it? It's
I heard you asked one of the parents to move across. We were a bit too close to that.
oh no, there's one of the kids just in front of the microphone. I don't want him to get on the microphone. That's all. Some people don't like it, so it's
Just to make sure that I don't get locked in.
yeah, you don't get locked in here, do you?
Do you get it? Do you have a special key?
No, there are people still here with me, so it's there's people still around. Right, well thank you very much for your help. I'm not sure. No problem. Right, thanks Ryan. We'll see you again later. Thank you very much. West Atlantic off to Jersey then this afternoon, right in front of us. On its way out then in front of us. And we get to see the ATRs right in front of us down this end of the runway. There we go, making its way down to the start of 27 now. So the 152 is back off out as well. James Warren Oliver, good afternoon to you. Yes, we should be able to catch that one for you. ATR moving just out of sight there. Yeah, we'll keep a lookout for the Berlin service for you there. Try and catch you if we can. Let's have a look round at the 777 then on stand this evening. Oops, there we go. More cargo on the upper deck of that one. Jet 2 service off to Corfu, lining up on runway 27. Make sure we've got enough power remaining. Looks like it for the time being. Corfu service making its way down towards us now then. Nice blue sky to the west of us here this evening. A little bit of a different story over to the east. Thank you very much for continuing to keep us fed with information there in the chat. It's most appreciated. Appreciate your support this evening. Even the birds having a go at it this evening. Go, not managing that well in the wind. But that service to Corfu departing out there. Next outbound is the West Atlantic service off to Jersey. Registration on the outbound then Golf Charlie Lima November Kilo. ATR 72-200. Hopefully it's not too dark on the screen, so I'm going to dull down the light a bit, take a few of the a bit of the brightness off those reflective surfaces, should I say. Hopefully not too much of an issue for us this evening. So the sun makes its way further behind us. Should help a little bit. The ATR on its way down towards us now. Oh, nice and early. There we go. Departing right overhead this evening. sky right in front of us down towards the south now. So hopefully a lot of that cloud clearing as we move into our usual time slot. So with the delays over France at the minute, quite a good afternoon for catching a lot of action from here at East Midlands. The ATR did depart quite, or rotate quite early there on 27. There we go, it is off down towards the south. So look at the 777 as that one continues to be offloaded this evening. There we go, get set up. Now, so look a little to the west, they're making their way down towards the coast of Ireland. Arriving with us in about an hour's time, the DHL 767 in from Kennedy. Registration Golf Delta Hotel Lima Papa, that one is at 37,000 feet, due to arrive with us in about 65 minutes time. And in about 60 minutes time, the 777 in from Cincinnati, that's the DHL 777 at 35,000 feet, registration Golf Delta Hotel Mike Delta, 558 knots. Here's the cruising speed on that one, servicing from Kennedy, excuse me, a little shorter, slower, sorry, 513 knots on that one. So look at those next departures, and there's been an hour's delay on the departures from East Midlands this evening owing to the issues with air traffic. But I'll go for us in catching quite a few different aircraft that we don't usually get to see on these evening streams. Fly 4 service to Palma, that one with an estimated departure time of 10 to 5, sorry. And we're just sneaking out above us. But nothing pinging up for that Fly 4 service just yet. Whoops. Keep on that one. Sun just shining through that, blinding me for a second. A nice lower departure from East Midlands for that one this evening. It's moving out of sight, the 152 as well, following closely behind. Bumpy on the climb out for that one. Not too much of an issue. That one safely making its way out. Very bumpy indeed for that one this evening. There you go, departing off runway 27, maintaining that runway heading just for the time being. Right, let's move a bit of this stuff out of the way. Give ourselves a bit of a better chance this evening. go. So look at those departures then. The RVL was the aircraft just before the 152 Cessna Caravan there, making its way just past Shepshed at the minute. No destination airport for that one for the time being. But that one at 1,400 feet now. Just about see that one actually in the distance. Disappearing off into the cloud there. Let's have a look on those departures then. Sorry, arrivals, and then we'll look at the departures. Lauda service making its way in from Palma. That one just pushing off standing Palma, so go a couple of hours before that one is with us this evening. Estimated departure time for that one back out to Palma is around 8 p.m. So likely to be with us after 7 p.m. this evening. Making its way down from Leeds now, they're on a 737 registration Echo India Echo November Alpha. That one should be with us in about 10 or 15 minutes time. 9,000 feet is the cruising altitude on that one, 279 knots. So just a short low flight down from Leeds this evening. That one should be with us very quickly. Those arrivals then. DHL 767 in from Kennedy. Estimated arrival time 6:15. Ryanair service to arriving in from Rome. That one is delayed until 5 to 6 this evening. The 777 from Cincinnati just before 6:10. And the RVL in from Gernzi at 6:45. The Ryanair service in from Leeds is now making its way down towards us. That should be with us, as you say, in about 15 minutes time. And the RVL service in from the Isle of Man just after 7 p.m. The Limoges service this evening is cancelled, unfortunately, so we won't see that one. But just a few minutes after that one, was scheduled to arrive with us. 777 in from Leipzig. Now that is a scheduled time. It may well change, but it should be with us just before 7:10 this evening. The Maersk service in from Cologne may well not be with us. That may just be a fictitious loading on the radar there, but the 737 West Atlantic 737 making its way in from Sofia is live on the radar now. That one with an estimated arrival time of about 7:25 this evening. And the 767 from Philadelphia ahead of schedule. That one due just before 10 to 8. 757 in from Reykjavik just before 8:15, and the West Atlantic service from Aberdeen at 8:25. The Maersk service in from Belfast at 9:22, and the Edinburgh service at 9 p.m. That is the Maersk 767 in from Edinburgh, and that should be closely followed by the 767 in from Belfast, as well as this FedEx 737 also making its way in from Belfast, and the Ryanair 737 in from Alicante. That one is due to arrive at 9:05 this evening. Now, just a little windy where we are. That wind has died down quite a lot though to where we were just about an hour or so ago. So a lot of the noise earlier in the stream originated from the direction of the stand over there. 757 conducting some engine test runs over on the apron. Now let's have a look at the departures from East Midlands. As I say, a lot of those services delayed out of East Midlands this evening. Still have the Ryanair service to Lanzarote to depart, as well as a TUI service to Larnaca, Jet2 services to Ibiza, Mahon as well, Fly4 to Palma. West Atlantic to Jersey departing about 10 minutes ago, as we saw on the stream. The Ryanair service to Venice and Bucharest this evening, still to depart out of East Midlands. The Lauda A320 making its way out to Palma at about 8 p.m. and the Ryanair service to Berlin at about 6 p.m. this evening. TUI service to Heraklion, that one delayed by 20 minutes or so departing out at 7 p.m. The 777 out to Leipzig. There's the airframe in front of us, that one with an estimated departure time this evening of 5:27. The 747 still with an estimated departure time of 10 past 7, and the Ryanair service to Barcelona at 7:30, and hopefully finishing with a final departure out to Cincinnati this evening, the 777 at 10 to 9. So a few more hours to run yet. Thank you very much for being with us. Starting at about 1:45 this afternoon, catching the majority of the earlier inbounds and outbounds from East Midlands, as well as the start of the scheduled cargo services this evening. 777 there making its way in from Delhi just a short while ago. Now in the direction of 27 then. Sounds like we have a helicopter approaching us this evening. If you missed it just a short while ago as well, the King's flight passing over East Midlands. There we go, making its way towards us there. That one right overhead, unfortunately. Try and catch it if we can. There we go. Losing that one behind the trees. It looks like the children's air ambulance, maybe. Hang out right above us, so apologies for losing that one. My ability to catch things right overhead isn't quite there yet. There we go. That one, bit of a strange move past us this evening. So that one may be off into Castle Donington somewhere. Judging by the livery, it definitely looked like the Children's Air Ambulance. Not a regular one we see in and around East Midlands. One we've managed to spot before, as it was transporting a patient around. Yeah, hopefully all okay with that one. Service making its way down from Leeds now then on that reposition of flights into East Midlands. They're on a 737 at 4,600 feet, 254 knots, as it's making its way south of Nottingham now. Registration Echo India, Echo November Alpha. Now the Chewy service off to Dalaman is making its way towards the end of runway 27. Just about to reach the holding point there. Registration Golf Delta Romeo Tango Bravo. A lot of that heat haze dying away now as well. Temperature not really dropping though. The wind has dropped, making it a little more pleasant. But the next departure out from East Midlands will be that service to Dalaman. and a fly for 737 on stand. If we pan around, not the one on the very forward stand there, right in between the Chewy and the Jet 2, registration Echo India Foxtrot Charlie. That one is off to Palmer. See that one start to push hopefully in the next few minutes. But first, lining up on the centre line for runway 27 is that service to Dalaman this evening. Right, so I'll have a quick drink. I've been speaking for about 4 hours now. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for being with us this evening. It's great to see everybody. Thank you very much for joining us in the chat as well. Passing through 800 feet then. Dalaman service there, just about to start its turn to the left. There we go. The sunlight becoming a bit more intense in front of us. Hopefully we'll keep sight of this one just for a few more minutes. There we go, up through 1700 feet. There we go, 2,500 feet, passing off to London Control as it leaves East Midlands airspace. Very, very bright indeed out there this evening. Hopefully once the sun starts to set, get a bit more scenic, especially with a 747 as that makes its way out at about 10 past 7 this evening. As you can see, a lot of aircraft still on stand this evening, which is a little unusual for the Thursday streams from East Midlands. But still, good opportunity to catch a lot of those departures this evening that we don't usually get to see. Right, we'll try and have a look at the sound. Everything sounds alright our side. It may well just be the position of the microphone. Those aircraft not making much sound as they approach us this evening. A lot of the sound being dumbed down by the wind, I think. I heard it on Tuesday evening stream. We're able to hear the aircraft start right at the end of runway 27. This evening it's a little bit of a different story. And all the parameters are still the same, so we'll try our best and rectify that if we can. Everything's looking alright from our side, so apologies if it's not coming over as clear as it should be. Next inbound then is that service in from Leeds, that repositioning flight into East Midlands this evening. So there's still a lot of wind with us at the minute. Although the noise cancelling on seems to have a bit of an undesired effect on draining out some of the aircraft noise as well, making it a bit tinny. Try and have a mess around with it if we can, make it sound a little bit better. So listening to that aircraft there, it was not too bad. There we go, that one repositioning into East Midlands from Leeds. And a fly fall out to Palmer. That one has pushed off stand now. We will catch up with that one. Let the Ryanair make its way onto the apron this evening. Just to the left of the Ryanair there. Service to Venice, also pinging up on radar. And a fly fall on the move there. That one finally on its way out this evening, then making its way off of the apron onto the taxiway down to the start of runway 27. So look now the fly fall then as it makes its way off the apron onto the taxiway. There we go, in front of the 747, just in view there. So we'll look back round on the apron though at that Ryanair aircraft arriving in. And that service to Venice just pushing off of stand this evening. Chewy service also out to Larnaca there, that vertical stabiliser just in frame. That one is also picking up on radar. And Richard, good evening to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Emma and Chris as well. Well, a lot of knock-on effect for those Ryanair services then. I think the strikes caused a lot of havoc today, everywhere. But hopefully not had too much of a delay on everybody's journeys today. So the traffic out of East Midlands generally delayed by about an hour or so. So not the greatest of delays, but still a delay nevertheless. Eating into everybody's holiday. Try and catch some of the overheads making their way into Manchester as well this evening if we can. So the weather to the south is clearing up now. Not a lot of cloud to the west either, so fingers crossed we should get some quite good views as that traffic passes overhead of us. Well, thank you for being with us this evening from East Midlands. You're watching live flight action. We've been live from about 1:45 this afternoon. Fortunately catching a bit more traffic than we're used to on our streams, running through until about 9 PM this evening, which is where we usually end our streams, likely on the arrival of the last services in from Belfast, that being the 737 operated West Atlantic I think, but in the FedEx livery, and the DHL 767. Fly 4 off to Palma then. Wow, definitely using all the available runway this evening. Quite a shallow departure from East Midlands. 600 feet on that one at the minute, making its way up to 1,000 feet now. Let's get a little bit closer as that one starts to make its turn to the south. There we go, passing through 2,100 feet. There we go, that one heading out of East Midlands airspace and in off to London Control this evening. We go off out of East Midlands airspace. The Chewy in the distance. A wobble from the camera then. There you go, the Chewy in the distance, so that one is ready to start making its way out as well. That heat is quickly making its way back in front of us. Making its way in from the south, though, the Ryanair service in from Rome. Making its way down through 21,300 feet now. 383 knots is the speed. Registration on the inbound Echo India Delta Whiskey Golf. That is a 737-800, 17 years of age. Entering into service in September 2007. Quite a lot of older Ryanair frames in with us this afternoon. Leaving the coast of Ireland and Northern Ireland now, respectively. Leaving the coast of Northern Ireland, the 777 in from Cincinnati, that one at 35,000 feet, making its way across to East Midlands. Should be with us in about 30 minutes. That'll be the second 777 on this evening's stream, and the 767. Just leaving the coast there. That one in from Kennedy this evening, 34,000 feet. That one is currently cruising at 550 knots is the speed. Registration Golf Delta Hotel Lima Papa is the registration. That one should be with us around the same time as the service in from Cincinnati, so about 30 minutes or so. Chewy then sneaking out as we're having a quick look. At the next inbounds. Registration on the outbound Golf Tango Uniform Kilo Victor. Off to Larnaca. Not a regular flight we see on these Thursday evening streams, but very nice to see. Making its way out finally this evening. Making its way down past the 10747 there. Should see that one in the next hour and a half, hopefully. Estimated departure time on that one, 10 past 7 this evening. And the Ryanair service to Venice. Still at the back of the apron there. Registration on that one, Echo India Hotel Alpha Yankee. 5 years of age, October 2019. That one entered into service. This will be its 5th flight of today. Starting this morning, making its way out of East Midlands to Barcelona, and then returning from Barcelona to East Midlands, off to Wrocław, and making its way in from Wrocław. Now making its way out to Venice, and then we'll make that return trip back from Venice this evening, landing back into East Midlands just before 10 to 10 this evening, it looks like. So 6 flights in total that one will operate today, so quite a busy day indeed. Vulcan pinging up on radar then, that one maybe making its way out towards us. Cessna 152 landing in onto runway 27, that one departing around 30 minutes ago. Just a quick flight north of the airfield this evening and back down again. The Chewy holding short of runway 27. Nothing on the approach for that one. so should be making its way straight onto runway 27, and it does indeed look like it is doing that, lining up on the centre line, ready to depart out this evening. We'll keep an eye out for the Vulcanair as well, and of course that service off to Venice. Very likely still waiting for a departure slot. The service in from Rome is just north of Northampton, about 10 minutes out now, passing down through 11,400 feet. And those two services from Kennedy and Cincinnati over the Irish Sea now, making their way towards North Wales and Liverpool. It looks like about 25 minutes out for both of those services. Chewy off to Larnaca then, making its way down towards us now. There's a 152 just passing by there. So I'll pan around and catch the departure of the Chewy this evening. There we go, off out of runway 27 and into the sun in front of it. Extremely bright now from the west. There's not a lot of cloud at all out there. More predominantly down towards the south. (1,400 feet is the altitude on this one, making its way up to 1,600 feet now. There we go, just see the sparsity of the cloud there in front of it. Not a lot at all now, a bit different to where we were just an hour or so ago. Very different picture indeed. There we go then, making its way down to the south, heading out of East Midlands airspace and heading off to London Control. Chewy service off to Larnaca. Now, it sounds like there's something starting up in the distance this evening. What it may be, I'm not too sure. Nothing's pinging away just yet. So that service to Venice has since disappeared off the radar. Activity over there on the apron just yet. So look at the aircraft to the right on those remote stands. The Fly 4 there, and the Ryanair. Looks like the forward and rear stairs in place on that one. The Venice service just pinging back up. So the Ryanair service in front of us off out to Berlin this evening. Estimated departure time 6 p.m. And I'll leave you with that one just for a few seconds while I go and get a drink. So I've been speaking for almost 5 hours now, so it's taking its toll a little bit. Thanks for sticking with us anyway. It's been great to have you with us this afternoon and into this evening as well. So if you're new to the channel, thank you very much for joining us from East Midlands. Hope you've enjoyed the content so far. So there should be a lot more to come this evening once those heavies start making their way down towards us on the approach. We will be on 09 operations for the rest of this evening. Fortunate enough on Tuesday evening though that the wind changed direction. There you go, first passengers making their way out to that aircraft this evening. Dino, good to see you. Thank you very much for dropping in. Where are we? A little bit warm, but it'll do. Fly 4 being pushed back off of standing. And that Rhino service making its way out to Venice, finally vacating off of the apron onto the taxiway. That one is making its way down to the start of runway 27. Stick with the 737 in front of us for the time being though. That one is off to Berlin this evening. If we have just a pan to the right, there we are, Fly 4 737. Not too sure where this one is off to. Nothing picking up on the radar for it, but there was, I believe, a scheduled departure. I think that earlier slot's already been no, very delayed this evening. That one off to Lanzarote, Echo India Foxtrot Delta. Here's the aircraft in front of us, the Fly 4 we saw depart just a short while ago. Echo India Foxtrot, Foxtrot Charlie. That one is already on its way to Palma. But this one off to Lanzarote this evening. I have to do a bit of a quick microphone change. Apologies if we drop out just for a couple of seconds. Right, here goes. Fly for then. Let's try and get that one working. There we go. It may sound just a little bit better than it did a few seconds ago. With the Fly 4 making its way down to the start of 27 now. Next departure then. The Ryanair service off to Rome. Sorry, inbound from Rome. Landing into East Midlands. Flight time on that one, 2 hours and 18 minutes. Vacating off of runway 27 onto the taxiway now. Try and get that one plugged back in. There we go. Hopefully a little bit better. Try and get a bit more power on that one in a minute. Apologies for any sound loss there. I've sorted that out. Hopefully not much lost there. Next departure off to Venice then. That one making its way out of East Midlands, starting its left-hand turn down towards the south. Bit rubbish on catching that one. Hands full with the other microphones. Apologies for that. We will do better on the next one. As next arrivals then in from Kennedy this evening, passing down through 15,000 feet just ahead of the service in from Cincinnati. Both those aircraft should be with us in about 15 minutes time. And a fly forward to Lanzarote, making its way to the start of 27. So looking that direction. Hopefully do a bit of a better job this time. Entering on to runway 27 then. Just a few minutes. Giving way to the JCB jet this evening. This one silently approaching us. There we go, a bit of a surprise with that one making its way in this evening. But it explains why the fly 4 was holding short of 27. There we go, nice to catch that one again. Been quite a while since we saw that one in on the streams. I've seen that one, sorry, should I say. Fly 4737 off to Lanzarote this evening then. A little bit better on that one this time. So the sun is really giving it some this evening, glaring right at us. Make it a little bit difficult to see as you're panning around. But starting to make its left-hand turn down towards the south, and the fly for 737 on behalf of Chewy off to Lanzarote this evening. That one already at 1,500 feet. The Jet 2 service to Ibiza, pushing off stand Golf Delta Romeo Tango Mike is a registration on that one. We shall watch the fly for make its way out of East Midlands airspace then. And there we go, that one handing off to a London control. Now let's have a look just on the remote stand. Is that Ryanair 737 off to Berlin? All those forward and rear stair moved out of the way. And those doors closed. That one should be on its way any time soon, but just to the left, a little further down on the apron. There we go. Jet 2 service off to Ibiza this evening. Now in the next 50 minutes or so, we should start to see some movement on the Aerologic 777 making its way back out to Leipzig. Say we should. There's not a lot of cargo left to load on that one this evening, so hopefully it should make its scheduled departure time from East Midlands. Now let's try and give this a bit of a burst in power. Right, hopefully that works. We'll swap over microphones as well. This one is almost depleted now. Hopefully that's back online. Sounds like it. I've got everything charged in a way that should be the sound sorted out. Let me know if you've got any issues hearing us this evening. But from our side, everything looks all right. Let's have a quick pan round then at the JCB hangar towards the far end of the field. Jet waiting to make its way inside there. There you go, just bringing out the tow there for it, ready to be taken back in. And the Ryanair service to Berlin. That one is pushing off of stand. So let's have a look around at that one a little bit further. There we go. It does indeed feel like a little bit warmer now. Temperature dropping only by well, 0.3 of a degree. The cloud and the wind dropping definitely feels a little warmer now. But thank you very much for being with us this evening from East Midlands. If your first time joining us, thank you very much for joining us this evening. This afternoon into this evening rather. And if you can, do consider subscribing to the channel. We're out here every Tuesday and Thursday evening, starting a little later today to catch some of the earlier departures and arrivals into East Midlands. and that we have well and truly done. There's still a lot of aircraft over there on the apron to catch out this evening, and a lot making its way into us as well. That's 767 in from Kennedy on final approach for runway 27 now, passing down through 2,200 feet. Registration again on that one, Golf Delta Hotel Lima Papa, and just a couple of minutes behind 777 making its way down towards us as well. That one through 3,500 feet. Golf Delta Hotel Mike Delta is the registration on that one. That one at the minute is the 5th most tracked aircraft on Flight Radar. 1,120 people watching that at the minute. It feels like there's that amount of flies around me at the minute. Big swarm. Service to Berlin then in front of us. Engines on that one starting up in the distance. But we will first see the arrival of that 767, hopefully rolling out all the way in front of us this evening. Change my glasses, put some sunglasses on. There you go, that's a little better. On its way, making its way out onto the taxiway. That Ryanair service off to Berlin this evening. Wind picking up again. Let's just try and reset everything in a workable position. And as the 737 enters the taxiway, 767 is just touching down onto runway 27. So let's see this one out. And then pan across for the next arrival, right on time. (767) there in Mountain Bongo's livery. Looks like that one is going to vacate there. Yep. Vacating onto Mike, then onto the taxiway. And the 777 not too far behind now. Seven then at 800 feet, says that makes his way overhead Kegworth. We'll stick with the 767 as best we can. So that wind blowing us around just a bit up here on the mound. Ryanair service still making its way down to the start of 27. So the 767 is going to continue along the taxiway, then taking one of the stands at the other end of the apron this evening. Let's pan around then and catch the arrival of the 777. Flight time for the service in from Cincinnati this evening, 6 hours and 24 minutes. On the service from Kennedy, 5 hours and 40 minutes. Good 20 minutes or so cut off that one's journey this evening. Flight time is usually around 6 hours, but there we go, the 777. What a view of that one this evening. Vacating off of runway 27 on the Ryanair. Entering runway 27 now, that one off to Berlin. And we'll see which way the 777 turns. Making its way down towards its stand for the evening. And we'll leave the 777 as we watch that service to Berlin a little closer to us. See how quickly this one rotates. And we'll have a look back on those two arriving aircraft here from Cincinnati and Kennedy this evening. Hopefully within the hour, 747 will be on its way. Go, a lot of breeze blowing at us right now. Not quite a breeze, should I say. A lot of it generated by the departing aircraft there. (1,400 feet now on this one. There we go, breaking through 2,000. (2,500) leaving East Midlands airspace. Heading off to London Control now. That's the Ryanair service off to Berlin this evening. Let's have a look further down then. 777 just holding there, waiting to make its way onto the apron this evening. next 777 inbound, making its way from Leipzig. This one delivered in May 2025, May of this year. Not many flights performed by this one. I think this one will be its third revenue flight, making its way in to Leipzig on the 27th of June from Everett. Now from Leipzig over to East Midlands yesterday. East Midlands to Leipzig this morning, and now making its third flight, its third revenue flight back into East Midlands this evening. So very much a brand new aircraft, about an hour and 15 minutes away from us now. That one at 34,000 feet. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Zulu is a registration on that one. That one is just probably quite a way south of Hanover. But very much still in German airspace at the minute, making its way over to the Netherlands, and we'll see whereabouts that one routes over to this evening. If it is anything like its counterparts routing, it will be over the Lincolnshire coast and then over towards Sheffield, down in towards East Midlands. We shall find out in about an hour's time. That one departs in Leipzig about 15 minutes ago, so still a little way for that one to go this evening. 777 in front of us though, on the move. And the Ryanair service to Bucharest is making its way out to so the delay on the outbounds at East Midlands over an hour now this evening. Some quite frustrated passengers over there. So the service to Bucharest with an estimated departure of 6:20 this evening. Now that one is delayed by about an hour and 5 minutes. Average delay time is around 65 minutes now on those departures from East Midlands. EPS 767 in from Philadelphia at 35,000 feet, 580 knots is the cruising speed on that one. November 344 uniform Papa. Different aircraft to what we have seen of late on the streams, but that one is about an hour and 30 minutes away from us this evening. So look then away from the 777 over to the passenger apron in the distance. That is the service off to Bucharest this evening. Echo India Echo November Alpha is a registration on the aircraft, 737-800. This one 14 years of age, entering into service in September 2010. The sky pretty much clear right above us now. A few clouds towards the south, but hopefully as we progress through the rest of this evening's stream, we'll be able to catch a lot of those overheads flying into Manchester. So very fortunate to catch the A380 in some very good lighting on last Thursday's stream. A321neo making its way into Manchester on its delivery flight in from Hamburg. Try and catch that one if it makes its way towards us. So with the delays, I think Manchester are experiencing a very similar scenario to East Midlands this evening. So we shall keep an eye on that one. Well, that'll definitely be a good spot if we manage to catch it. If not, we'll definitely try and catch the A380 making its way towards us at some point this evening. Thank you very much for being with us this evening from East Midlands Airport. Live flight action streaming from East Midlands every week. Have a look back through the channel at our content. So we've been out here in some quite challenging conditions over the past few months, from the extreme cold to very windy evenings, catching all of the action on the airfield in front of us. There we go, just about to lose that one behind the tree line there. Ryanair service out to Bucharest. So look on the end stands then as we wait for the departure of that 737, the 777 there in from Cincinnati. What's going on with that one for the time being? On the stand next to it, 767 in from Kennedy. Very similar situation. Not much going on with that one just yet. Triple seven though is still in the process being worked on there. So that one is back off to Leipzig, hopefully within the next 30 minutes. Doesn't look like a lot of cargo left to load on that one this evening, so hopefully that should be keeping to its scheduled departure time. Have a quick drink, I think, while we're waiting for that one to line up on the centre line there. So it's turned very warm again this evening. Even more so now the cloud has burnt away a little bit. Let's fix that. Cessna Citation making its way in from Marseille this evening. That one is at 26,000 feet, 334 knots. Here's the speed of that aircraft. Oscar Echo Foxtrot Charlie Oscar is its registration. About 25 minutes away now. That one has just passed over the south coast there, over Hastings, making its way in towards East Midlands. Jet 2 service to Ibiza, still on the rear stand. Let's have a pan around. Have a look at that one. There we go, still waiting for a slot this evening. as many of those aircraft are. The Rhino service to Bucharest holding short of 27. So that one is just turning on now. There we go, starting its takeoff roll towards us now. A delayed service to Bucharest this evening. And of course keep an eye on the scheduled departure for the 747 as well. Still showing as 7:10 this evening. Straight off into the sun. See if we can lose a little bit of that light as it makes its turn towards the south. Passing through 2,600 feet now then. That one is leaving East Midlands airspace. Heading off to London Control. There we go, safely away. It looks like the service to Ibiza is finally starting its taxi out. Down to the start of runway 27. There we go. Sure, everybody's very pleased to get going on that one. Doesn't look like a lot of action around the 747 there in front of us. Slightly obscured by the fence, unfortunately, but fingers crossed that one indeed makes its way out on time. And good evening to everybody in the chat as well. I'm watching live with us this evening. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Hedgehog, thank you very much for gifting that membership as well. It's very kind of you. Thank you for your continued support of the channel. Good to have you with us this evening. Dino, good evening to you as well. Copper Panda and Richard as well. All quiet for the time being then. That next departure almost at the holding point for runway 27. The RVL service making its way over from the Isle of Man this evening at 9,100 feet. 221 knots is the speed of that aircraft. Golf Romeo Victor Lima Yankee is its registration. We should see that one in about 40 minutes time. That one departing Isle of Man about 7 minutes ago now. Hopefully the sound is a little better as well. We've switched over, so it sounds all right at our end. So hopefully that's still coming across quite well. Alright, whereabouts are we? Turning on to runway 27 then. Intercepting a little earlier that Jet 2 service to Ibiza. Pan around in the direction of 27 then. As that one makes its takeoff roll, heading towards us now. Go. Nice climb out. Oh, runway 27 there. Using all of the almost the available runway in front of it there. 1500 feet is the altitude on that one. 163 knots is its speed, making its way up to up and through 2000 feet now. Just the last few remaining aircraft over there this evening. Looks like we have 4 on stand at the minute. The Ryanair Jet 2, another Ryanair, and the Chewy. A little bit of dust on the lens as well. So still a very bright evening indeed. Once that sun starts to set in a not too distant future, should be quite a different story. Should have quite a few nice shots of those aircraft departing out, especially the 747 this evening, as that makes its way off to Hangzhou in China. It's been a very bad afternoon at all. So it did get quite a bit breezy earlier. We had quite some noise from the engine test runs on the 757 as well. That made quite the racket. Hopefully not too long to wait until those next departures. It looks like the Chewy service off to Heraklion is scheduled for 7 PM now. That delay in departures has come down ever so slightly. About 42 minutes is the average delay on the departures from East Midlands this evening. As I say, that Tuesday service to Heraklion should be making its way out at 7 p.m. The louder A320 though, still quite a way off this evening. That one with about 50 minutes left to run. That one is still over mainland France. 35,975 feet is the reported altitude on that one. 455 knots is the speed. 9 Hotel India Hotel. Here's the registration, and if we can, I'll be able to just at the very top of our pan limits there, unfortunately. But the A380, let's persevere just for a minute and try and catch that one. There we go. That one off up into Manchester this evening. Taking a more eastern route over the airfield this evening than last Thursday. There we go. Through the cloud there and off up into Manchester. So, another good evening for spotting a lot of those overheads. See what else we can catch this evening as traffic makes its way past us. Landing in onto runway 27 then. Excuse me. Bit of a cough. As I was saying, landing into runway 27. It's like another Beach King making its way in. Nothing pinging up on radar for this one, unfortunately. Registration on that though, Mike Charlie Delta Juliet Charlie. Making its way down in towards the maintenance area. Turning in there. There we go, disappearing behind the hangars on the end. Now, with those aircraft in front of us, let's have a look at the next departures from East Midlands this evening. So the Jet 2 aircraft in front of us should be departing at about 7:15 this evening. That one is delayed from about 10 to 5 this evening. That one over to Mahon. 737-800 registration on that one. Golf Delta Foxtrot Victor. That one arriving in from Mahon a short while ago. 26 years of age on airframe. And then Ryanair service to Barcelona at 7:30, just after that 747 departs out to Gernzi this evening. The Logic 777 is all closed up on the end stand, so let's have a pan around and look at that one. Hopefully this one stays on schedule this evening. Estimated departure time is 5 to 7. Looks like they're all finished working on board and around that aircraft as well. Everything is closed up. Systems aren't live just yet, but we'll see if that one gets a slot anytime soon. Back off to Leipzig this evening. Hopefully in the next 20 minutes or so we should see that Jet 2 service making its way out to Heraklion. That one operated by 737 MAX, registration Golf Tango Uniform Mike November. That one is just 3 years of age. We'll stick on the 777 for the time being though. This aircraft making its way in from Delhi this afternoon while we were on stream. Flight time on that one was right about 9 hours. So streaming until about 9 PM this evening, catching the last arrivals as we usually do, making our way in from Belfast. So just over a couple of hours left with us this evening at East Midlands. Well, we do make sure we've got enough power, so we'll unplug that one. That should last us now for the foreseeable, and then get that one plugged in. Fingers crossed that stays charging. But thanks for being with us again this evening from East Midlands. Good to have you with us. If you're new to the channel, do consider subscribing. We're out here every week from East Midlands, streaming Tuesday and Thursday. Streaming live, of course, from the grounds of the Aeropark. Aeropark opened today as part of their summer schedule, and got to meet quite a few people today. Few interesting conversations, especially with a couple of guys from the from Ryanair conducting their base training from East Midlands. Really good to hear from them. Thank you very much for stopping by again. So looks like systems are now live on the 777. Hoping that one makes its way out on schedule in the next 10 minutes or so. Estimated departure time for that one is 5 to 7 this evening. And we're also hoping 747 keeps to its schedule as well. 10 past 7 was the last estimated departure time we had for that one. That 777 is indeed pinging up on radar now. Let's have a look at the departures. Still 10 past 7 on the 747. That may well change. We'll remain hopeful. So I don't think we've seen 1E out of East Midlands for quite some time. Unit and 1F we've seen quite frequently, but for the first time in a long time that we've managed to catch 1E depart out of East Midlands, and with the sun gradually starting to make its way down now. Hopefully a bit more of a scenic departure. 777 then making its way off stand. Let's stick with this one for the time being. Delta Alpha Alpha Lima Golf is the registration on the 777 in front of us, making its way out to Leipzig. This one is 14 years of age, entering into service in September 2010, so coming up to 15 years of age very soon. Those engines coming to life there. Starting to turn just a little breezy again. Hopefully that should die down in a little while. Well, we do wait for the 777 to start up and just change to a different cable. That doesn't quite seem to be doing the trick. Change that one out. Now, fingers crossed that all works. Otherwise, let's try and get a little bit more inventive. Yeah, it's sort of working a lot better. Jane, Andy and Adrian, good evening to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us in the chat this evening. For joining us from East Midlands. Righto service to Lanzarote, also pushing off stand in the distance. 737 there, pushing off stand as the Lanzarote service just to the bottom left of the screen. We'll pan around and catch that one in a little while. It's the 777 as that one makes its way out down to a taxiway now though. Try and get a close-up view. Sorry, close-up view of that flight deck then. There you go, making its way out on schedule. The Aerologic 777 back over to Leipzig this evening. See, it's starting to get a little more golden now as the sun starts to begin setting. We should hopefully see that service to Lanzarote as the 777 makes its way past the main apron. There we go. Making its way down to the start of runway 27 then. We'll have a look at the Ryanair aircraft there. That one should start to begin its taxi out anytime soon. Triple seven just disappearing behind the tree line then. Landing in the Globe Air Cessna Citation Mustang in from Marseille. landing in now. Where is it? Just ahead of us. There we go. Flight time on that one, 2 hours and 13 minutes. Just a tiny jet. There you go, making its way off towards the maintenance area. And the 777. Taking an early entrance onto runway 27. Let's see how quickly that one rotates this evening. If I can get my words out properly. Very nice departure indeed of the 777 there. Airlogic making its way back over to Leipzig this evening. Very smoothly making that turn towards the south now. Already passing through 2,200 feet. Descending at about 3,800 feet per minute. There we go, about 4,000 feet that one reached. Let's climb out this evening. That one passing off to London Control then. Out of East Midlands this evening. And the Ryanair service out to Lanzarote, making its way out on the taxiway. Now I'll leave you just there for a minute. Let's have a look at the aircraft in the distance. Leave it on the unloading of the 777 just for a minute while I go and grab a drink. So we'll be back in about 30 seconds. Right, well, you'll have to excuse me for just a few seconds as I've managed to pick up a Hedgehog. Which I'm guessing nobody's said on the stream before, but this one is out to be attacked by some crows, so pick it up and I think we'll put it back in the trees behind us. You don't half stink. There we go. Probably not the wisest thing to do, but couldn't let it be pecked to death by the crows. Right, you get off in there, hopefully leave me with no mites. Right, let's get back on it. Wildlife rescue over. She did stink, that thing. Oh, right. From Hedgehogs back to aircraft now. The 737 turning onto runway 27 off to Lanzarote this evening. I can see just walking just in the distance. About 4 crows all starting to get a bit excited. Already had a go at it, so couldn't stand and watch it be pecked. I've already achieved that on something else this evening, unfortunately. The 737 out to Lanzarote then. Yeah, don't worry, I didn't pick it up with my bare hands. Took something with it. There we go, safely making its way out of East Midlands on this evening. Oops. There you go, blinding one eye from the sun. One eye on the screen in front of us. Well, that one passing through 2,300 feet now. Safely making its way out of East Midlands airspace then. Passing off to London Control. One aircraft safely away. One Hedgehog safely back in the woods. 4 crows wondering where their tea's gone. There we go. Chewy 737 off to Heraklion then this evening, pushing back off stand. That one finally making its way out. Estimated departure time on that one. It's 20 to 9 this evening. I think that must have had a new slot. Let's have a look. Yes, about 20 minutes behind where it should be. So, in the grand scheme of things, not much of a delay in comparison to some of those other flights. The one Air 747. That one showing an estimated departure time of 7:05 now. So moving in by about 5 minutes. No movement on that one just yet. There we go. Always a first on this stream for many things. RVL service in from Gernzi then, Beach King 200 registration, Golf Charlie Delta Zulu Tango. That one is passing through 3,000 feet now at 220 knots. About 4 minutes out, and the 747 is indeed pinging up now. No movement on that one just yet. We'll stick with a 737 just for the time being. We'll try and bring you that at the bottom left hand screen there. Should just be able to make it out behind the fence, slightly obscuring a view of that aircraft this evening. But it is there, it is pinging up, and it is on its way out. Jet 2 service to Mahon also pinging up. That one is pushing as well. If we pan around to the right. Oh, a bit too far. Ahead of myself there. Pan to the left. That's where it is. That one pushing back off stand then this evening. So all three of those aircraft making their way out in the next 15 minutes or so. Just about to pass by. If we take the 747 off screen. Service in from the Isle of Man there. A little bit undecisive, as you have to. There you go. Follow this one then, as those two aircraft begin their startup process. And the 747 is indeed pushing back off stand. See if we can bring you that one. Now it is truly out of view. So a short hop from the Isle of Man for that usual service, operated by the RVL Cessna. That one is on its way over to make its way onto its usual stand for the evening. Very quiet it is too. Joined by the second RVL and landing in onto runway 27. That one in from Gernzi this evening, operated by the Beach King Air 200. Chewy on the move then. And let's pan around as that RVL pulls it onto stand. Catch the Beach King as that arrives into East Midlands now. shiny. There goes the Chewy. That lighting just getting better and better as that sun starts to set behind us now. Obscured ever so slightly by the cloud for the time being. There we go, making its way down in towards the maintenance area. Flight time of around 58 minutes. Off it goes. So let's have a look back round at the Jet 2 then. There we go, that one just about to leave the apron there. So grab out the glasses very quickly. Chuck them down, there we go. Not as bright now, so let a bit of light back into my own eyes, I think. Chewy making its way down to the start of runway 27 then. The Alps team on the runway. So those crows have made it over there now. Let's get a bit more light in then to the stream this evening. There we go, that's a little better. And we'll try and get rid of the little blemish on the lens there. Apologies for my hand. That little bit of dust out of the way. There you go, the 10747 in the distance then. I just made a bit more of a smudge on that. I wanted to, but oh well. Chewy lining up on the centre line for runway 27 then. Starting its takeoff roll towards us now. Jet 2 following closely behind. And then we should see the 10747 making its way down to the start of runway 27. Let's pan out. Wait for that aircraft to get a little bit closer. Safely making its way out of East Midlands then. Let's drop a bit of that light. There we go. And the Jet 2, the next aircraft to line up on runway 27, as that one passes up towards 1600 feet now. Let's leave that one there. Let me try and get that bit of dust out of the lens. Excuse my hand. No, having none of it. We will leave it in place for the time being. There we go, blend it in. The Radisson Hotel there. We'll have a look at it in a minute. The Jet 2 up to Mahon there, line up on the centre line for runway 27. Registration Golf Delta Foxtrot Victor. 737-800, this one, 26 years of age, entering into service in 1998. The 10747, still on the apron down there. Very nice departure from East Midlands. Passing through 1,300 feet now. And 57 knots is the speed on that one. There you go, passing through 3,000 feet. Handing off to London Control. 777 from Leipzig on its third revenue flight into East Midlands, passing through 7,600 feet now. So look on that DHL ramp then. Service in from Cincinnati there in front of us. That one's still in the process of being worked on. And finally starting work on the earlier service in from Kennedy. Even though that one was delayed, still managing to make its way in about 20 minutes early. The Lauda on just about to turn on final approach as well into East Midlands. And if we can just manage to catch the Qatari going into Manchester this evening. Let's have a pan around, pan up. There we go, the A380, managing to catch that earlier, and a Qatari 787 as well, making its way up to Manchester this evening, just before that next arrival into East Midlands. So very different skies to then Tuesday evening, a lot calmer above. There we go, off it goes. Back down into East Midlands then. So look at the next arrival. The 10747 is moving on the taxiway now, making its way down to the start of runway 27. The Lauda A320 finally making its way towards us. That one at 2,800 feet now, 180 knots. Registration again, 9 Hotel, India Hotel, Hotel. Before that does, shall we try and catch the Norse straight above us there? That pesky bit of dust. There we go, another one making its way overhead. That's off to, whoops, losing that one there. Off to Los Angeles this evening from Paris. Let's get reset though, ready for that next arrival, which should be the Lauda A320. So the 747 is making its way down to the start of runway 27. That will hold, giving way to the A320. And that 777 making its way south of Nottingham now. 4,600 feet that is passing through. So a little look over on the DHR ramp though. So look at the ATR actually, right in front of us. I haven't seen much of that one. Not a lot happening with that, unfortunately. A few stacks of stairs around it. Looks like a ground power unit as well. And nothing much at all. So look then, just briefly at the 767 there. Majority of that cargo making its way off now, and the Lauda A320 just overhead Kegworth at 800 feet. Let's pan around then, catch the A320 as it makes its way in towards us now. Flight time 2 hours and 4 minutes. Touching down, and the 747 about to start making its entrance onto runway 27. There we go, vacating runway 27 now. And the 747 lined up on runway 27, starting its takeoff roll towards us now. There we go, off to Hangzhou this evening. Golf, Oscar, November, Echo, Echo, this one 34 years of age, 1991, this first entered into service. goes. Beginning its turn down towards the south now. (1,500 feet) is the altitude on this one. And 69 knots. (2,500 feet) it's passing through now. Handing off to London Control as it continues its climb out. And there we go, from the 747 to the 777 on just its third revenue flight into East Midlands. There we go, this one, brand new aircraft into the DHL fleet this evening. Very nice approach. 747, if you can just make that one out there. Still making its way down towards the south. Passing through 5,300 feet now. There we go, completing its turn, making its way down towards the south. 777 then, let's have a look at that as it makes its way towards the stands this evening. Yeah, we'll try and have a look at the sound if we can. Oops. Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a intermittent issue with the sound. I think some people it's okay. We're finding it okay ourselves, but it may just be a bit of a lag on YouTube side, unfortunately. Listening to it through the systems here, it's coming across fine, so I can only apologise this evening. Triple 7 and making its way in onto stand. We'll have a look at the louder in just a little while. That one has pulled in onto stand as well. It's due out just a little later on. Yeah, just not too sure on the sound this evening. So everything outside is working alright, but try and fix it in stream if we can. Continue towards 777 though, just for the time being. So a quick look though at the RVL. There we go, making its way off of the taxiway. Coming to a stop. No movement on the 777 just yet, and it looks like the forward stair may have just been moved into place. DPS 767 though, in with us now. Takeoffs. And there it goes, making its way back down towards the start of runway 27, where the UPS facilities are located. Let's have a look at the 777 then. Forward door is now open. Yeah, totally perplexed by the audio this evening. I think I can think of is it something that changed when we switched over the microphones a little earlier. Yep, what I could do is apologise, unfortunately. And we'll have a look at it for the next one. Seven now, yeah, in front of us. So the crew just making their way on board of that one. still in the distance over there. That one is scheduled to go out a little later on this evening, delayed on its inbound to East Midlands. Looks like YouTube is not encoding the data properly, unfortunately, this evening. So the video is coming across fine. It seems like it's having a bit of an issue spinning out the audio. Oh well, shall try and persevere with it. Sort it out for the next stream. I'll be streaming for about the next hour anyway, so hopefully not too much of a hindrance. Well, a bit beyond our capabilities out on the field, unfortunately, to rectify that. Let's have a look round then at the main apron this evening. Allowed there in the distance then. Shall try and persevere. Thanks for joining us anyway. It's good to have you with us on the stream this evening. It's our second stream of the week from East Midlands. Streaming live from the Aeropark. So look at the next arrivals then this evening. It's like the West Atlantic from Sophia is making its way towards us. 33,000 feet. That one is currently at 373 knots. Making our way down from the north. 757 in from Reykjavik in about 30 minutes, and West Atlantic 737 also due in about 30 minutes. That one making its way down from Aberdeen. And the Maersk service starting up in Belfast. That one at about 4,800 feet now. We're just departing Belfast. Should be with us in about 40 minutes. Right, we'll just try and quickly change a few parameters. Oh well, we'll keep with it. I just want to mess around with more stuff than it's worth for the time being. The Runway service to Barcelona pushing off stand. That one is just to the back of the apron there. Falcon Air making its way out this evening. That one back out on operation. There we go. I'll park that one where it is for a minute. Right, let's just try something very quickly. It may just blur the screen for a second. Probably pushing the capabilities here of the equipment, but it is what it is, unfortunately. So Ryanair service then waiting on the back of this stand. Let's have a look at those next arrivals. Not too far out now, about 25 minutes for the service in from Reykjavik and Aberdeen. And West Atlantic from the south, about 25 minutes for that one as well. That upper cargo deck of the 777 is open then. Let's have a look on the inside of that one this evening. So this one on just its third revenue flight into East Midlands. Inbound from Sophia this evening then. Registration Golf Juliet Mike Charlie Hotel 737-400. This one 33 years of age, delivered in 1992. That one is just overhead Essex at the minute. 25 minutes for that one to run. Should see that one making its way in onto the apron next to that RVL service arriving in from the Isle of Man. Sounds like some movement in the distance there. Something's starting up anyway. Maybe the 767. Let's have a look over there. Tug maybe in place in front of that aircraft. Just about to see the flight crew or somebody in the flight deck anyway. It's like those covers still on the tubes in front of the aircraft there. So I'm presuming it's not going anywhere anytime soon, maybe just a ground movement. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it's flying this evening. We'll just be pushing back onto a different stand. golden light starting to set in now. Stay with this one for the time being. Looks like it is indeed being pushed onto one of the remote stands there. There we go, if we pan out of that one. So about an hour left to run off this evening stream then. .737 making its way up towards us now. About 20 minutes out. That service to Barcelona still on stand. Have a look at those next departures as well. So the Lauda should be making its way out. In the not too distant future. And Jessica Ann, thank you very much for joining us as a member. Good to have you with us. Let's have a look in the distance at the Lauda then. There we go, should be making its way back out at some point. Let's just have a look. It was delayed on the inbound. Saying in the next 10 minutes or so, that one should be making its way out of East Midlands. Estimated departure 12 minutes past 8 this evening. And the Barcelona service still on the rear of the apron there. So no movement on that one unfortunately, just yet. still pinging away on the radar though. Registration Echo India Delta Whiskey Golf. That one 737-800. 17 years on the airframe. Delivered in September 2007. Ten minutes out though for the 757 making its way in from Reykjavik. First cargo coming off of the 777 in from Leipzig. Now being moved away. Those next three aircraft then are almost up on us. The Maersk 767 in from Belfast is about 15 minutes away now. Let's have a look on the louder then. So that should be making its way out any time soon. So that estimated departure time in the next 5 minutes or so. So the rear stairs just being moved out of the way there. Hopefully some activity on that one. Just a few minutes then. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and into this evening from East Midlands. There we go. Hopefully off out on its way very soon. On air service though, still on the very back of the of the apron. No movement on that one just yet. Must be still waiting for a slot this evening. But those next inbounds are almost upon us. The 757 in from Reykjavik. Registration on the arriving 757 Golf Bravo Mike Romeo Alpha. That one is passing through 4,000 feet now, just south of Nottingham, the West Atlantic, down from Aberdeen. Registration Golf Charlie Kilo Uniform Zulu, 5,400 feet. That is passing through at 248 knots. That one is making its way over the centre of Nottingham at the minute. And the Maersk 767 just north of Stoke-on-Trent. That one with about 15 minutes or so left to run, maybe a little sooner. The West Atlantic in from Sofia. That one is in with us in about 6 or 7 minutes time. We'll see if that one gives way to either the 757 or the West Atlantic 737. More likely the 737 than the 757. So that one has just made its second to last turn on to the final approach. So, no movement on the Lauda just yet. Hopefully making its way out any minute now. So look at the departure time. So estimated departure on that one being shifted from 12 minutes past 8 to 8 PM. So not too sure on the status of that one. It's there, ready to go. There's nothing attached to it, so fully assuming that one will only make its way out imminently. But our final approach into East Midlands now, the 757 in from Reykjavik. Looks like the flight in from Sofia is turning to the east, just north of Leicester. Looks like that one will be giving way to the arriving aircraft in from Aberdeen this evening. Still quite a way off in the distance, unfortunately, so not able to see that one just yet. but what we will see is that arriving 757 in just a couple of minutes time. Let's take some of that brightness out then. Look at the 767 in front of us. There we go, shining away this evening. That forward stair in place, and the crew make their way off this evening, and the RVL Cessna in from the Isle of Man in on its usual spot there. Stand, should I say, rather than spot. Oh, leaving away as well in the sunlight this evening. .757 overhead Kegworth then, just about to make its way down towards and over the runway threshold this evening. So look in the direction of runway 27 then. Flight time this evening 2 hours and 7 minutes. Is just about here, that one. So this one will vacate early. That one just shimmering away then as the sun really does start to set just behind the trees now. Nice and shiny 757 making its way onto its stand this evening. If we leave that one, the West Atlantic also landing in onto runway 27. That one not so shiny. Bit of a shimmer as it passes by there. Have this one making its way down towards us as well this evening. And then the aircraft in from Sofia is on final as well. That one should be with us in just a couple of minutes. We'll stick with the 737 in front of us for the time being. Safely onto the apron this evening, making its way down onto its stand. And the Maersk 767 in from Belfast on final approach now as well. No movement on that louder just yet. There is a bit of sound coming from the direction of the DHL ramp, just a little further. Down the ramp this evening. Sounds very much like the 757 we saw earlier this afternoon, starting back up again. No departure's fault for that one just yet. West Atlantic in from Sofia though, landing in now. There you go, we'll see where this one makes its way to this evening. So it's getting a little bit full over on the DHL ramp now. Especially the remote stands, which is why they may have moved this 767. Let's see though where this one ends up. Assuming it might go on the very end stand. Now making its way down to the opposite end of the airfield this evening. Back off down to the UPS end of the airfield. It's like no space at the end. Look at this end. So, off it goes, unfortunately. That Ryanair service to Barcelona still sat there, waiting to make its way down to the start of 2-7 this evening. There we go. Not very often we see the West Atlantics making their way down towards the opposite end of the airfield. I think with that one taking its usual stand space over there. Being forced to find alternative stand this evening. So let's try and have a look at the departures then. Barcelona service well past its estimated departure time now, coming up to now an hour's delay on that. About 40 minutes so far, so hopefully that gets a move on any time soon. The Musk 767 making its way in from Belfast on a final approach now. Pan around and have a look at that one in just a few minutes. Let's stick with the West Atlantic for the time being. Have a look at the operations. Around that one this evening. As you see that forward stair moving into place. Ian, thank you very much for letting us know about the 737 there. So a bit of an unusual route for us to see that one making its way from the east, while undergoing a heavy check. So making its way back into East Midlands this evening. The Maersk then. From Belfast, flight time of 40 minutes. Regular on our streams here at East Midlands, registration Golf Mike Alpha Charlie Yankee. This one, quite an age. I say quite an age, in terms of aircraft anyway. 36 years of age this one, first entering into service 1989. Regular feeder aircraft over from Belfast into East Midlands. Still looks like the Lauda is firmly on stand there, no movement on that one. I think both of these aircraft may be still trying to get a departure slot this evening. So the delays aren't too bad out of East Midlands now, but of course a lot of those aircraft have already departed, so it looks like we're about a 16-minute delay on all of the departures. Just a 5-minute delay on arrivals this evening. And there it goes. There's a West Atlantic in on stand there. All on that one just yet. Not pinging on the radar either. Barcelona services. That one has been sat there for quite some time now. Only a good 45 minutes or so. The Maersk service making its way down from Edinburgh. Should be with us in about 20 minutes. And that FedEx 737, which will likely be the final aircraft on this evening's stream, about 36 minutes out now. That one just departing Belfast about 2 minutes ago, making its way up through 8,000 feet now. So look at some of the cargo operations then this evening. It's like the 757 there is currently being worked on. Two 757s on stand with us this evening, and a third making its way over from Oslo. There you go, both 757s. Hopefully we do indeed see that Ryanair service to Barcelona and the Lauda depart before we finish this evening's stream. Well, thank you very much indeed for being with us, especially to those who have stuck with us throughout the majority of today. So it's been a bit of a lengthy stream, but making the most of those delays this afternoon to the inbounds and outbounds due to those air traffic strikes, which some haven't been very positive at all. At least we managed to catch quite a number of aircraft in on this evening's stream and outbound as well, more than we typically do on a Thursday evening stream. But still, it's good to have a lot of variety in front of us. Thank you to everybody who's joined us as well, especially those who have stopped by this afternoon and had a good chat with us. Really appreciate it. Well, let's put a few things in the bin. And of course the Aeropark is open this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. If you want any information about the Aeropark, if you've not been down here before, have a look at the stream description below. There's a link to their website in there telling you about their opening times, their admission prices, and the aircraft they have on static display, as well as how to find them. Hopefully you've enjoyed being with us throughout today and this evening. I can only apologise about the audio. It's a new one on us, something we'll have to pick up with YouTube, I think. But it should only be a few second delay. Just have a look around the system, see if we can adjust anything, but it doesn't look like I can make anything happen this evening, unfortunately. But with just 30 minutes or so to go until we finish this evening's stream, hope you can stick with us as we catch those last arrivals into East Midlands. The Maersk 767 making its way down from Edinburgh. 23,000 feet is the altitude on that one. 452 knots is its current speed. Registration Golf Mike Alpha Charlie Zulu, and that FedEx 737 about 30 minutes or so away from us now. 19,000 feet is the altitude on that, and still climbing. Vertical speed about 3,500 feet per minute. Registration Golf November Tango Delta. That one is a 737 operated by West Atlantic in the FedEx Express livery. 22 years of age on that airframe, delivered into service, or first entry in service should I say, in August 2002. So coming up to 23 years of age. And very quickly, let's have a look around though at the West Atlantic 737. That one already being refueled this evening. See that upper cargo deck in operation there, and the lower one too. The crew making their way off the other side of the aircraft this evening, allowing the ground operations team the space they need over on the other side to offload all of the cargo. See just how clear it is in the distance down towards the south now. So we've got pretty good visibility all the way around us. A little bit cloudy as we started the stream this afternoon, now through into the early hours of the afternoon. The sun doing a good job at burning all of that cloud away. leaving us with pretty clear skies, managing to catch the A380 again as it made its way up into Manchester, a little further east this time than we caught it on last Thursday's stream. And of course that's 787-900, the Qatari 787, also making its way up into Manchester. Just about to see the crew on board of the West Atlantic 737. There you go, about to make their way down the stair now. FedEx 737, just about to pass the most southern tip of the Isle of Man. That one, 26,700 feet now, 470 knots is its speed. Crew there making their way off the West Atlantic 737 this evening then. Still no movement on the Ryanair service to Barcelona. Still stuck on the rear of the apron there, and the Lauda at the very front stand, just a little way off the main terminal building. The ops team then making the most of this little bit of quiet time. So, quick check of the runway. There they go. So we're very fortunate to catch a great number of different aircraft types over the past few months from here at East Midlands. Of course the DHL, or fleet of DHL aircraft there in front. 777, 767s there, another 777, 757s, and two additional 767s there. Making our way over to the remote stand on the back there, another 767 in place, watching that one be pushed back just a short while ago. But if you want to see any of our previous streams from here at East Midlands, have a look back through the channel. So a great number of cargo aircraft, the Illusion towards the start of the year, and of course the Antonov 124 just a few weeks ago making its way into East Midlands to pick up some catamaran hauls, catching that approach right from the very south, making its way over to Burton, up on Trent, and then down on the approach into runway 09, landing straight in front of us. Very similar conditions to what we have this evening. Definitely turning a little bit chilly now. Temperature's still holding strong though, not dropping by much. Where are we? Just above 21 degrees. Not much of a change throughout the day. That wind just taking a little bit of the heat away from it. Keeping an eye on the Lauda and Ryanair aircraft then on the main apron. Still no movement unfortunately. Let's have a quick check on the radar. No, just the Ryanair still pinging up. The Maersk in from Edinburgh is about 10 minutes out now. That is making its way over the Peak District, just west of Bakewell at the minute, making its way down towards Carsington Water, over the north of Derby, then down towards the south of Nottingham, before making its final approach into East Midlands. And that final arrival is about 25 minutes out. The FedEx 737 making its way in from Belfast. That one holding at 27,000 feet now. Should see that one in about 24-25 minutes. The next arrival will be the Maersk into East Midlands. That one making its way down through 11,600 feet now. Flight time of around 40 minutes or so by the time it reaches us this evening. Hopefully the weather continues as it is over the next few weeks. So it'd be great to have a bit of a switch in direction on the wind, get back on 09 ops at some point, watch all those arrivals making their way down in from the west. We'll be here every week streaming live from East Midlands Airport, from within the grounds of East Midlands Aeropark. See what happens on next week's stream. See if we've got to rescue any more hedgehogs, which is probably a streaming first. So the crows in particular have been very active this afternoon, so couldn't stand and watch that one be pegged and thrown around, so swiftly it went back off into the wooded area behind us, and it's not emerged from since, so assuming it's found a nice quiet spot. Anyway, back off Hedgehogs onto the Maersk. That one is passing down through 9,000 feet now, making its way north of Derby. 275 knots is its speed. Should be with us in the next 7 minutes or so. Crew still at the front of that West Atlantic aircraft. Let's have a pan round onto the main passenger apron. Right, a 737 then, still sat there waiting for a slot this evening. (1946) was its estimated departure time this evening. That is just about to elapse. It's about an hour's delay to that service already this evening. And the Lauda A320 there. That one too delayed this evening, unfortunately. That one currently with an unknown departure. So it was pinging at 12 minutes past 8, then it changed back to 8 p.m. Now we're at 8:45 with an unknown slot, so I think a very lengthy wait for that one this evening, if it does indeed go ahead at all. Hopefully so. Looks like all the ancillary equipment has been moved away from around that aircraft. Stairs just lingering behind there. Very nicely placed, just in case that one doesn't make it out. I'm assuming everybody is on board that aircraft. Like a few of the window blinds are shut anyway, so keep on lightly put a bit of shade between them and the sun glaring in this evening. I assume it's getting quite stuffy on board. There we go, no movement on those two aircraft unfortunately. But the Musk should be with us in the next few minutes. Let's have a little look further down the airfield then. 767 there. In that Mountain Bongos livery. Movement on the service to Cincinnati. Triple seven outbound this evening, should be in the next few minutes. Registration Golf Delta Hotel Mike Delta. So a quick look around. There's the brand new 777 there. On the very end stand. Let's have a look back this way. It is indeed. Looks like they're just about to move that forward stair. Or have moved that forward stair out of place. Nothing pinging away yet on that one. Looks like the hydraulic systems aren't yet active. Thanks again to everybody joining us in the chat. Thank you very much for your support this evening. 310 likes, thank you very much. That's the first for the channel. Thank you to everybody who's joined us as well. If you're new to subscribing to Life Flight Action, thank you very much for doing so today. And if you haven't already, do consider subscribing. It's free and it does help support the channel. We've been out here for 7 months now streaming from East Midlands and seeing the stream go from strength to strength. So thank you very much to everybody who continues to make that happen for us from down here at East Midlands. It's great to have you with us every week. We're down here regularly on Tuesday and Thursday evening, streaming directly from East Midlands Aeropark. The usual streams start from about 5:30. Making it down a little earlier today to catch most of the good weather, and of course very fortunately, unfortunately for some, fortunate for us, managing to catch a bit more traffic on this evening's stream owing to those delays in France due to the airstrikes, causing a little bit of havoc for some passengers from here at East Midlands, and I believe airports up and down the country as well. Let's look at Manchester arrivals. They're about 50 minutes delays on their arrivals and departures. Assuming they've ironed out a little bit. They have here at East Midlands. Majority of those services now departing, or have departed out. Some with a 20-minute delay, others an hour, and a few more over an hour delay, as we're seeing with the Ryanair 737 and the Lauda A320 just to the left of us here this evening. The Maersk then creeping up on us. There you go, very silently arriving into East Midlands. That golden light shining off of the fan blades in the engines this evening. See the crew on the flight deck there. The leading edge of that wing shining away as it vacates off of runway 27 onto the taxiway. That one with a flight time of 39 minutes, making its way down from Edinburgh. Continuing its taxi down towards the opposite end of the airfield, towards the EPS facilities. Joining its counterpart in from Belfast, arriving just a short while ago. Great number of aircraft we've seen in and out of East Midlands today, especially the cargoes, managing to catch the ATR push-off stand as well, which is quite a rare sight for us, not for East Midlands, but from this vantage point at this time of day anyway. Not a regular aircraft we managed to see on these evening streams. There we go, that's 767 making its way down towards its stand for the evening. Let's have a look quickly back in the direction of the EPS stand then, that DHL 777. There we go, pushing back off its stand this evening. Not picking up on radar just yet, but this one is making its way out to Cincinnati this evening. This one arriving in from Cincinnati this afternoon, just before 6 PM. Quick turnaround on the ground and then straight back out, earning its keep. Go basking in that golden light this evening as the sun starts to set. Prime position as well, ready to watch those engines start up. Pushing quite far on the apron this evening. FedEx 737 in from Belfast though at 15,000 feet now. That one is making its way down towards the north of Derby. That will be the final arrival on this evening's stream. May just be seeing the ASL ATR in from Gernzi. Like, they do vacate quite early, so we may only just catch a tiny glimpse of that. That one is about 9 minutes away now, just ahead of the FedEx service in from Belfast. So these are likely to be the last three aircraft we see on this evening's stream. The FedEx 737, 777 in front of us, and the ASL ATR making its way up from Gernzi. 10,000 feet is the altitude on that one, 252 knots. Golf Oscar Alpha Sierra Bravo is the registration. DHL 777 in front of us, Golf Delta Hotel and Mike Delta making its way back off to Cincinnati, and the inbound is 737 from Belfast, Golf November Papa Tango Delta. There we go then, glowing in the light this evening, the DHL 777 tug just about to move itself out of the way. There we go, getting even more scenic now. Thank you again very much for joining us from East Midlands this evening. The last little stretch of this evening's stream then. We've been out since about 1:45 this afternoon. A very long stint indeed, but still managing to catch some fantastic aircraft movements. Thank you very much to everybody who's supported us this evening, joined in the chat as well. Thank you very much for your continued support. And of course to our members, subscribers and our new subscribers as well. Thank you very much for supporting the channel today. We'll get our next streams loaded up as soon as we can. Have a look at the weather and the movements in and out of East Midlands into next week. There he goes, both engines started up now. The ASL ATR just north of Leicester. That one about 5 minutes out. And the FedEx in from Belfast. That one is about 10 minutes away now. 10,700 feet is the altitude on that one. 260 knots is its speed. 777 though, ready to move out under its own power. That one will be the last departure on this evening's stream. Finally managing to catch the 777 off to Cincinnati, almost on time. Which is not very common. So I usually see the 767s operate in this route, and they're usually delayed quite a bit. So good to see the 777 back in use this evening, and very shortly making its way down past us to the start of runway 27. Still no movement on the services to Belfast and Palma this evening for the Ryanair, and louder aircraft on the passenger apron. So I think we'll have to forego seeing those depart out this evening. There it goes, starting its taxi down towards us now, leaving the apron, entering onto the main taxiway. The sun just disappearing behind the trees now. Go quite silently making its way towards us, in the grand scheme of things anyway. The air cell in from Gernzi on final approach then. FedEx taking a bit of an extended approach, making its way just south of the airfield this evening. Just over Mount Sorrel at the minute. So that one is looping back round, making its way back up towards us from the south. And that one will be the final aircraft inbound on this evening's stream. The 777 will be the last outbound, so we'll be finished within the next 10 minutes or so this evening. Lauda just passing by a few seconds ago, and that Barcelona service still on stand there. Takeoffs passing over East Leek then, 1,400 feet. There we go, surprise arrival into East Midlands. That one not shown on the radar. Sneaking in just there. So good job. We were pan around in that direction. Would have probably completely missed that one. No sound at all coming from that direction. Looks like that one is heading for the main apron this evening. Following the 777. Stick with it then and follow it down. And we should be set up to watch the arrival of the ATR. So not too sure where that one will vacate. Probably not too far up. The ground crew there already in place to receive that aircraft this evening. Does, thank you very much. Yeah, just unfortunate about the sound, but these things happen and we'll earn them out. So it's not happened to us before, but neither have we streamed for this long either, so probably a bit of a test for the equipment as well. Oh well, I'm sure we'll sort it out for the next one. Still, at least we've got a decent picture quality. So hopefully that is still coming across quite strong, even though we've lost some of the light now. So we suffered a bit with the heat haze as well earlier, but it's totally unavoidable, unfortunately. Part and parcel of streaming outdoors at the mercy of the weather. There we go, the ATR just sneaking off there as we expected it to, but catching a glimpse of that one. And let's see where that FedEx 737 is. That one is on the approach now, just overhead Eastleigh, 1,800 feet. 142 knots is its speed. Flight time over from Belfast this evening, about 43 minutes once it arrives into us. There goes the ATR. Just a shame about the Ryanair and Lauda this evening, unless we manage to see that Lauda make its way in. They quite varied. A number of varied aircraft into East Midlands this week. I think parking on the same spot or same stand on Tuesday was the Falcon, making its way in as well. A lot of private jets, a lot of Gulfstreams in and out. But that one not pinging up on radar, so not too sure where that one originated from this evening. What we do know is that FedEx is almost upon us, just a minute or so away now, making its way over Kegworth. 750 feet is its altitude, 120 knots is its speed. That will be the final inbound aircraft of this evening's stream. And the 777 making its way out, hopefully just after the 737 lands. That should be quite a scenic departure indeed. So very much hazy sky in front of us this evening, turning a bit ombre, if that's how you describe it. Very pale pink colour. Moving up into a very light shade of blue right above us. There we go then, let's pan around where the arrival of that FedEx 737 in from Belfast this evening. The two Maersk 767s there in the distance, and a West Atlantic just to the right of it. And of course the UPS 767 there on the very end stand. Oh, it's definitely dropping cold now. Where are we? 18 degrees. So the wind doesn't help either, but she'll be off and into the warm imminently. There we go, then the FedEx 737 making its way into us now, just touching down on runway 27. And the 777 making its way onto runway 27 now and lining up on that centre line. There we go, FedEx making its way off. Safely vacated then, 777 lining up at the very start of runway 27. Let's see how this one fares this evening, see how quickly it rotates. So not too sure how heavily laden this one is. We shall find out imminently. FedEx then making its way back down the taxiway to the start of runway 27, where it'll find its stand for the evening. And that 777 very quickly making its way towards us. So final aircraft of this evening's stream then, now making its way down. DHL 777 out to Cincinnati, registration Golf Delta Hotel Mike Delta. This one 15 years of age. Goes off into the evening sky, keeping that runway heading for the time being. Making that initial turn to the right now, off to the north. goes safely into the Evening Sky DHL service to Cincinnati. Even the wildlife's having a bit of a crack at it this evening. There it goes off looking for its tea. Oh, very chilly indeed. But that's it from us for this stream. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today, and a very warm welcome to all of our new subscribers and of course our members as well. Thank you very much for supporting the channel and being with us from this afternoon through until this evening. It's been a bit of an interesting one, but a very good stream, so apologies again for that audio. We'll sort it out for the next one, have a bit of a look into why that happened. But from us, this is Live Flight Action and live from East Midlands Aeropark. Have a look in the stream description below if you've not already visited the Aeropark. They're open this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Link in the stream description below will take you directly to the website and give you all the information you need about how to find them, their admission times, prices, and the aircraft on static display as well. But for the time being, a little bit of a view of the tower this evening. That's it. This is Live Flight Action. I've been Tom. Thank you very much indeed for being with us today, and we'll see you on the next one.